And we're live. Let's put a pause on that. Welcome everyone that's tuning in. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to join me here, James.
Thank you very much. I'm always glad to be back.
Yeah, it's been a fucking minute since we streamed here. Been a bit of a hiatus.
Yeah, we'll call it like our spring vacation.
Yeah, we're doing some spring cleaning. Um, yeah, for anyone unaware, Canada is going through a federal election right now. Um,
And thank God.
yeah, yes, thank God. But the
I mean,
circumstances of it,
God damn it.
are are very strange indeed. Because this was just long story short, Trudeau stepped down, and then after he stepped down, he prorogued Parliament, meaning that he is lawfully, I'll admit, he lawfully asked for Parliament um to be put to a pause while the leaders of the Liberal Party figure out who the next leader should be, because Trudeau was so um, disgracefully unpopular, is the best word that I can come up with.
It's a solid
Um,
way of putting it.
yeah, without getting too in the weeds of the reasoning why. Um, yeah, so they were essentially trying to figure their shit out, and they held the rest of Canada hostage for it, which I don't quite understand why they're just allowed to do that. Like I don't give a shit who the leader is. I just want somebody to be in charge of running this place. But in any case, so they held their leadership party race where I think it was like 140,000 people voted for Mark Carney, and they also lowered the requirements for the voting, I believe, right?
I did hear that somewhere.
Yeah, they lowered the age to be a Liberal Party member to 14, and they allowed non-citizens to vote. So effectively, what ended up happening is um, the next leader of our country was picked without any kind of consensus, simply just because the Liberal Party had no leader and they needed to pick one. Uh, so long story short, they picked Mark Carney, who used to be a banker for global banks in the UK. He worked for the World Bank, or not the World Bank, but the Canadian Federal Bank, or whatever the fuck it's called. And I think he actually spent some time at the World Bank too. He's tied to a lot of people in the WEF, the World Economic Forum, as well. And after his policies in the UK, just about everyone that worked closely with him has come out and said that Canada voting for him, Canadians voting for him would be like putting a gun to their temple and just clicking it, um, because just of how disastrous his policies have been. And he also used to work for or partly own an offshore tax haven in like Barbados or some shit where he funneled money from not hedge funds but pension funds, um, for whatever reason. And he said that it was following the tax codes, but it had to be funneled for some odd reason. He never really justified that. So, anyways, this guy's a fucking sketchball, and he is is now running the country. He's the prime minister now, and he's running to be the prime minister in this election as well. We also have Pierre Poilievre, who's the conservative candidate, um, who's just been grilling the liberals like a fine tuna steak for since COVID. I think since like 2020 or something. He's been leader.
Yeah.
Um, Jagmeet Singh is a champagne socialist, so you'll see photos of him or videos of him talking to labor leaders and unions and whatnot while he's wearing an honest to god Rolex or getting inside a Maserati just steps away from Capitol Hill, which is nothing short of incredible. I mean, hats off to that guy for I mean, you
Hey
might as well
man,
just give
that guy has his cake and is eating it too.
look, I think the Chinese are going to recruit him for the next Olympics, just with how good
Oh,
his
jeez.
mental, just how good his mental gymnastics are. I genuinely don't understand how he's able to hold so many conflicting ideas at once. But in any case, that's Jagmeet Singh. And then we have the Quebec Party, which for some reason is still a thing, and they are arguing on behalf of Quebec rights, and they don't give a shit about Canadians. They're like the rest of us. They want to look after their own, which like fine, whatever. But like at that point, just secede. Like just leave the union. Then I don't like why do we have
Mm.
a huge party in parliament that only seeks to defend the rights of one province? That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, and they've had this whole friggin' tick for decades now, where the biggest province in the news that's been talking about seceding has been Alberta. Where's the federal Albertan party?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I mean, I
like
guess
it
they're
doesn't make
yeah.
sense that they exist.
I mean, like legally, I understand it. They have a precedent. I guess like they got enough votes or what have you, to actually become a party. I don't like really understand the history behind it, um, but in any case,
Well,
they're a
it
party
was all
too.
about it was all about the Quebec seceding. When was it? When did that happen?
I think it was in the early 2000s, no, late
And
90s.
they lost by like 1%. It was like
Yeah.
49 to 51%, and that's how much they lost by. And then for whatever reason, they've like held on to that 49% and thinking that that 49% has given them federal power. I don't know. I could be talking out my ass.
Well, let's see if Chat Jippity knows anything.
Chat Jippity.
Um, they should be able to tell us. Yeah, it came down to a margin of 54,000 votes, which effectively was 50% to 49%. Like that is,
Yeah, like it was brutally close.
yeah, that is absolutely fucking insane. And there were two referendums. There was one in 1980 and then one in 1995. Um, yeah, got much closer. Honestly, fuck it. Like, have another referendum. You know, like, cause I don't particularly like the attitude of the Quebec political leaders. Look, people from Quebec are lovely. I've had nothing but great experience
They're
interacting
just
with
people.
them. Yeah, they're just people. I've lived in Quebec for a time when I went to university. Never had any issues or like anyone looking down on me just because I spoke mainly English. I'm sure that certainly like that dynamic exists elsewhere in Quebec, but it wasn't a reality for me. I have nothing but love for these people. They're Canadians just like anyone else from Alberta, BC, Nunavut, fucking what have you. Um, but the political party is something else. So yeah, those are the four leaders. The Green Party, we also have a Green Party. They, for whatever reason, um, they pulled out of the debate inadvertently because they decided to pull their candidates from certain ridings. I don't remember if it's in Quebec or where, but they pulled their candidates, and so as a result, the margin for them to get into the debate was not met, the threshold, and so like literally as of I think either yesterday or this morning, they've effectively been pulled from the debate.
Oh wow.
Not that it means much. Um, Green Party
No,
gets
not really.
like
I mean,
they have like a single seat in parliament or like a handful. And beyond being like a protest vote for like against the conservatives, I don't know what their actual utility is as a party. Um, I guess veto power. I don't know. I have no fucking clue why they're even a thing.
yeah, no idea.
Because just about every party has like just about every party has a climate policy. So like why would the Green Party be a thing when there's already like this existing? Um, I'm sure there's a what's it called, like a history to explain here, but
Mm.
in any case, yeah, just very strange. In any case, let's get into the debate. Today they're having the French debate, French language debate, which is thankfully being translated by CPAC. And then tomorrow, I believe they're going to have the English debate. Um, Let me actually here just to simplify it so that we're not starting and pausing and all that at random. I'm gonna stream the window to you, and the
Yeah.
audio should be included as well. Do you hear any music coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go ahead and pause that. All right, so we are off to the races.
Energy and climate, immigration and foreign affairs, and finally, identity and sovereignty.
720p?
We'll
What the
also have a
fuck?
few rapid-fire questions at the end of the debate.
This is
This
Canada,
debate
man.
is your
You don't get
debate,
1080p
so
cameras for the debate.
be free to speak as much as possible. The only rule that I ask of you is not to speak at the same time. If you start talking over one another, I'll ask Pascal, our sound engineer, to turn off your mics. So let the debate begin, or I was going to say
Jesus.
good game. So we'll move on to our first
Cool.
opening question. You'll have 45 seconds.
It's like the
to
Trump
answer.
debate where they literally cut off the other person's mic while the other one answered.
So to
Yeah,
start
basically, except like
our
way more strict.
sovereignty, early in this debate, I'll ask you to name two things you'd put forward, concrete things that will change the lives of Canadians, but that have nothing to do with the United States. 45 seconds, Mr. Carney, you're first.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Leroy. And I'd like to thank everyone watching at home for joining us tonight. And I'd like to thank the other leaders for your service to Canada. Two things that don't include Mr. Trump. First of all, we need to double the rhythm of construction of new homes here in Canada. That's absolutely fundamental. And the second thing, we need to promote and strengthen our cultural institutions in Canada.
The same ones that
What?
your party destroyed over the
Oh
last
my god.
10 years.
We need to build more homes for the immigrants, and we need to push our what ideologies more. Is that what you said?
No, like it's
Okay.
to build up the cultural institutions of Canada. It's like, okay, but
Which
your
ones?
party
Where?
well, first of all, yeah, like Hudson's Bay Company is getting sold off, and
Yeah.
they in part built Canada, a 300-year-old enterprise, getting absolutely shellacked by the economy. Um, your party literally was like on the side of the people that were pulling down the statues, that were getting rid of any semblance of what actual Canadian history is, just because it was an uncomfortable truth that there's colonialism involved. Like I don't like that doesn't make any sense. You guys literally destroyed it. You destroyed the cultural fabric of our society. There's no such thing as a Canadian identity. Trudeau was like that's what he was parroting. How what are you talking about?
The John A. MacDonald Parkway isn't even called that anymore.
Yeah. The the amount of streets and schools and universities and buildings and everything that's been renamed and torn down because there's an uncomfortable history associated with it is insane. I mean, for fuck's sake, there was like almost 100 churches burned across Canada that one summer, and like nobody piped up or said anything. It took Trudeau like almost a week to pull out a statement.
Yeah.
Like you don't get to break it and then say, "Oh, if you vote for us, we're going to bring it back in. We're going to fix it." Like that's not how that works. Why would we trust you? It just it makes no sense.
No.
Also,
His answer barely had any substance at all.
I love how they put Carney and Pierre on opposite side.
As far apart from each other.
Yeah. Just to fuck with them some more. Um
I
anyways,
get to
let's get
look you in the eye.
well that, but like all like they're not close to each other, so they they can't fucking I don't know, get into a
What,
fist
fist
fight or
fight?
whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, like Poilievre's gonna fucking go across Carney's chin with a nice right hook or something.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get into it.
45 seconds, Mr. Polyev. Two things that you would promise Canadians to change their lives that have nothing to do with the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, and thanks to my colleagues for being here today. Clearly, life is no longer affordable. The promise of an affordable life is broken.
I have a plan to make life more affordable by cutting taxes by 15%. That's one thing that will reward work for the middle class and for seniors who've already worked. Second thing, we're going to scrap the GST on new houses. And we're going to incentivize cities to reduce their taxes too, so that our young people can save up to $100,000 on a new home and restore the
Thank you,
promise
Mr.
of
Poilievre.
Canada.
Mr. Blanchet.
I would like to come back to something that I do all year long. First of all, thank you for having welcomed us. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time.
You're not welcome.
I would like to insist on two things for
You're not
Quebec
welcome around here.
that I was talking about before the Trump crisis is Quebec's right to have a
I like how everybody gets to talk before Jagmeet.
economy open to the world based on its own natural resources, on its own attachment to a green economy, but also Quebec's right to be different, to have a different language, to have a different culture, to have different values, to have different immigration models that need to succeed. These are elements that should always have been mentioned, but that have a particularly new sense with this new crisis.
Great. Mr. Singh.
Oh, on pause. So he wants to be different, but still part of the union. Like they want to have all their independent shit, but still be part of
Yeah, because they
the
want the
country.
benefits. They want the
Like-
benefits of being protected by Big Brother and being able to have free trade. Or, well, free trade across friggin' provinces isn't the thing, but still. No, there's a lot of benefits to
Well, not free trade.
Confederation, but
And an army, you have a whole
Yeah.
infrastructure of laws and taxes and all this stuff that like there's so many
but
benefits
you
that they
have
get from
federal
this.
overhead.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
know? Like bottom line,
absolutely.
you have RCMP running through Quebec.
You have the entire nation having to learn French in school.
Yeah.
Okay. Signage has to be in French. Just about everything you buy, like everything, fucking bus stop, everything has to have the French language in it too. So, like, you want to have your cake and eat it too. I like, how does that work?
Yeah.
Anyway,
And going back to
Yeah.
well, we can't just skip over what Poilievre said because it's like we gotta say something about what Poilievre said.
No, it's true. Look. Fair warning. I'm retardedly biased towards the conservatives because at least it's not.
We just ate whatever Poilievre just spewed out like it was gold put on a plate. Like,
Yeah. Look, I don't love everything about the man and his party, but at least it's an alternative to the liberals that have been in power for 10 years and the NDP who helped prop them up. And I frankly don't quite give a shit about Quebec's sovereign interests. I really don't. So that's my bias. All right. I'm openly supporting the conservatives because there's not really any other choice. Like the liberals fucked us for 10 years. The NDP helped them, and the Quebec just did Quebec. So I like what am I like? Well, no, but like what am I left with? You know?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And sure, okay,
And
like
cutting
what?
taxes sounds good. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, he wants to make it more affordable for young people to live in big cities. I'm all for that because I am a young person living in the city.
But not only that, you see the potential in growth and industry if young people are allowed to live amongst each other, come together, and prosper. I mean, you've been running around with all these, going to all these exhibitions and whatnot, all these shows for tech and this and that industry, and that's all it's been is a bunch of young people, who managed to come together and do some fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, and
Like, we need more of that.
Yeah, and the sentiment is that like they're frustrated because the economy has absolutely fucked their prospects and their ability to make money. So what they do once they graduate as software engineers or what have you, they go down to San Francisco and they start working there, or they just go anywhere in the states because it obviously pays more there and there's less taxes and there's also a more business friendly environment. Like that there's a huge exodus of people that come here, get the education. Sure, fine, they pay the student loans and they pay, the schools and all that, but the actual fruits of their labor that end up compounding in their value over years is not actually enjoyed by Canadians. Like there's very few tech startups that are infamous in Canada that were originated in Canada and have always been here in Canada. Like we imported Uber, we imported Facebook, we imported Twitter. We've quote unquote imported all these different products and services that we use because the US is the one that made them, or they
Yes.
facilitated the making of these products. Like Netflix, fucking well, anything, just about any digital service that you consume, except Spotify. Spotify, I think, is Swedish. So yeah, someone's saying cutting taxes and making shit cost less. Yeah, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
the funny thing is,
yeah.
I just had a thought too. Man, Donald Trump is loving this right now. This is the first debate of the federal election here in Canada, and the biggest thing on the friggin' screen right now is his name.
Yeah, I mean,
He
yeah.
is the global shit disturber, and he knows it.
I think he likes the attention, but on the other hand, it's like I don't think he really gives a shit about Canada. I
No,
think
true, but
yeah,
still,
yeah,
the
yeah.
fact that I'm looking at it right now, and the biggest thing on the screen is Donald Trump's name, and it's going to be on there for the next what, at least another minute or two, and it's already been on there for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah,
I find that
exactly.
funny. They couldn't have questioned. They couldn't have phrased the question differently. They couldn't have said like, "Oh, besides, our relationship with the U.S., what are two things you're going to do for Canadians?" No, they specifically went for his name. Anyways, just a
Yeah, of
little
course.
side tangent.
Of course. Of course. Yeah. That'll get them more clicks and whatnot, so it
Mm.
works. Anyways, let's get into it.
5 seconds. Two things that have nothing to do with the American.
Thank you for the question. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about values. What are the values that underpin the answer to this question? Canadians and Quebecers like taking care of one another. We come together. That is what we.
Except when they're unvaccinated.
Yes.
They like taking care of another except when they're unvaccinated. Or they hold fringe views.
We shouldn't tolerate these people.
Or they're straight white and male.
Yeah, God forbid.
Anyways, moving on.
Believe in. That is a basic value for us. And this value is embodied in our public healthcare system, which has nothing to do with the US. And we want our healthcare system to be nothing like the American one. We will expand pharmacare so that everyone can access the medications they need. And I also want to talk about dental care. I also want to expand that program.
Oh,
which
you
is
guys,
going to sell
shut
to
the
us.
fuck up.
I'd like to read.
Oh my God, man. He said nothing. He said nothing. He said, I want to implement more shit that we're going to tax you harder on, pretty much. And then, like, because where's the money supposed to come from? And then he went back to the whole dental thing, which I guess came from them because that's all the liberals have been fucking spouting for the last year and a half. And
Yeah.
nothing about the hospitals. Like, he's talking about the healthcare in Canada. Nothing he just mentioned had anything to do with the hospitals.
Yeah, he wants to, like, what do you mean when you say expand healthcare? And I understand it's 45 seconds to answer the question, but like realistic, like you could have had an actual talking point that is of substance that could have said something like, I want to make it easier for international nurses to get hired, or restructure the path of medical like literally anything. He could have
Something of
said anything.
substance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a word salad of I'm going to expand healthcare. It's like, okay, but the
With more
system as
programs.
yeah, and the system as it is, it doesn't work because people are waiting for months, and some people are dying out in hallways waiting to be seen by doctors, and people are getting sent home from the ER to die at home. So, like, that's not a system worth expanding. Like
Yeah.
I don't
And
know.
he's so proud of it too, eh? Like our hospitals have been collapsing for years, and he's just looked at us in the eye and we're like, "We're doing great."
Yeah, I mean that's par for the course for the NDP.
10
Um,
out of 10. That guy
yeah.
doesn't live in reality.
Yeah, yeah. Also, you got my message, yeah? On Discord there?
I should have. I heard it, but I didn't check. Oh yeah, no, everything's good. Yeah,
Cool, cool.
we're good.
The thing in 10 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's get
Sure,
into it.
Mr. Singh, I think you were disappointed. We are going to talk about health as well, and I'll ask questions about that later. First theme, therefore, obviously, the trade war.
Oh, so we're getting right into it now.
Trump is going to be tough. We don't know what's in store with him. I don't think any solution is going to be possible. We always thought they were our ally. It doesn't make sense. You can't reason with him. The government will have to stand firm. Stay firm. We have to put him in his place. Otherwise, he'll destroy us totally. The answer should be pragmatic. It would be good to pause some of our services to the U.S. They need us. An eye for an eye. No messing around. Get us out of this mess. We need a leader who can make decisions to destabilize Trump and make him respect Canada. What does he plan to do with the new president of the United States? What do you plan to do with this president? That is the elephant in the room. So, for your information, there are 1,073 days left in Donald Trump's term. Why do you think that you are the best person here tonight to negotiate with Mr. Trump? Mr. Polyev, 35 seconds.
Damn, we're counting down the days.
We will never be an American state. We will remain sovereign. On my first day as Prime Minister, I will restart negotiations to accelerate a deal that will put an end to the tariffs and protect our sovereignty. We can't control Trump, but at the same time, we have to control what we can control. We need to reverse liberal economic policies that have weakened our country. We need to unleash our resources, cut taxes, and bring jobs back home so that we can face Trump from a position of strength.
All right. Well,
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that basically tells us where he stands. He's not against Trump. He wants to work with the man. He doesn't see him as this evil dictator that needs to be brought down.
Yeah. And just like
He's like
thinking back on
he's the leader of the largest nation that we share a border with. Let's talk. And let's get our shit together before we go to the table.
yeah, and let's build up Canada as a nation. And unless like he didn't really mention anything like retaliatory in terms of like yeah, sure he said like we'll never be the 51st state, which like obviously
Which
he
is
has to say that.
obvious.
Yeah. But after that he's like no, we have to strengthen Canada and we have to reverse the liberal policies that have led us here, which like that's true. Like that's an objectively true fact. They've been in power for 10 years and say what you want about COVID or how it was the greatest pandemic of our lives and all that. Okay, but you guys have been the ones that are in power and you've enjoyed a majority government, I think at least for the first term, and then the second term they had to do a coalition for that with the NDP. If anyone's been able to shift the direction of Canada and where it's going economically, culturally, whatever, I would argue that the party in power has some responsibility to that. So like he's not wrong in saying that statement. I'm trying to be as fair as possible with even with my bias, but
Yeah.
like realistically, like he's absolutely correct. Like during the pandemic, what kind of pharmaceutical industry do we have here that if we run out of French labeling for Tylenol for kids, like that's completely gone. Like I'll pull this up story real quick. Runs out of Tylenol due to French labeling. Like there was a story in like 2021 or 2022 where we ran out of either Tylenol or aspirin for kids, for fucking kids.
It was children's Tylenol.
Yeah, Tylenol and Advil.
Oh, and Advil. There you go.
Simply because our laws dictate that you have to have French and English labeling. There was a 30% surge in pediatric medication needs due to simultaneous outbreaks of 3 respiratory viruses. There were global shortages. Okay, fine. But it was the labeling. The labeling was an issue because we can't, like, we legally can't import the product if we don't have the proper labeling. Like, they had to temporarily allow it.
There, right there, retail requirements. Community pharmacies still required bilingual labeling on all consumer-facing products, slowing retail restocking. That means if your kid got sick and you went to your local pharmacy, they couldn't put them on the shelves, and most likely legally could not sell them to you.
Yeah, critics argued bilingual rules stayed delayed imports while U.S. shelves remained stocked. Some parents resorted to cross-border purchases of English-only medication. Health Canada maintained labeling, ensured safe usage instructions while increasing domestic production by 30%. Quebec pharmacists emphasized demand, not labeling, caused shortages. Now, look, whatever argument you want to make, like labeling or otherwise, the fact that we were caught with our fucking pants down so badly during COVID is exactly indicative of the reason of why Pierre Poilievre is surging and why the conservative story for where Canada needs to head in the next couple of years is so attractive. Because, like, this shouldn't have been this bad of a problem in the first place. Like, why are we outsourcing so much of our manufacturing to the point where we can't even make PPE in Canada? Like, how does that work?
Yeah.
Like, COVID was really awful for millions of reasons, but one of the reasons why it was good is because it exposed the failures of all these systems and the supply chain system especially, because it just exposed like just how fucked we are if anything happens and our trade routes are interrupted for any number of reasons, which could happen at any moment. So this idea of like building back our industry, of making it more accessible for people in Canada to start businesses so they can start the industry here and get that going, that's a lot more of an enticing story than talking about carbon taxes and whatever the hell else Carney's talking about.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Carney.
First of all, in a crisis, you have to plan for the worst possible situation, and you have to have a plan to build a strong economy here in Canada. And we need to react with strength. And those are the elements that will allow us to succeed with Mr. Trump. He respects strength. He respects people who understand how the world works and who understand how the private sector works. And Canada needs to create other options, new, reliable partnerships around the world, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Mr. Blanchet.
Sorry, so what was that he said? Let me just rewind that back. Because he speaks in a word salad, so I need to rehear it.
Face Trump
Thank you,
from a
Mr.
position
Carney.
of
35
strength.
seconds.
All right, well, first of all, in a crisis, you have to plan for the worst possible situation, and you have to have a plan to build a strong economy here in Canada. And we need to react with strength. And those are the elements that will allow us to succeed with Mr. Trump. He respects strength. He respects people who understand how the world works and who understand how the private sector works. And Canada needs to create other options, new, reliable partnerships around the world, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, so I don't know if you caught that, but
Mhm.
that was his classic word salad, but in French. Because first he says, "In a crisis, you need a plan, and our plan is strength because we need to show strength to Trump, and that plan comes best from someone who understands how the world works because that's been a talking point during the campaign, and someone that has worked in the private sector and understands how that works, and we need to respond with strength." He said nothing of substance there.
Oh no, nothing. It was that's exactly what he said.
Like, that's why I needed to
So
hear
that's
it a
why the
second
moment
time.
the moment that you said, "Wait, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know if you caught that." I was like, "Wait, he said something? Please enlighten me."
No, I had to make sure. I was like, I don't quite understand what just happened there because it's so easy to get caught up in that, but, like, I needed to legitimately see like what the fuck he just said there, because that like it made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
That was fantastic. He basically said, Canada strong because America sees strong Trump.
Yeah, man, I should have set up like some kind of AI transcriber or something just so that I can read back the statement. But like that's what he said. He begins with, in a crisis, in at a time of crisis, you need a plan. Yeah, no shit. You need a plan of strength. Okay, we're getting somewhere, and that strength comes from somebody who understands how the world works. Like, what do you mean understands how the world works? There's a photo of you with fucking Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, for those that don't know, Mark Carney was standing on a beach with fucking Ghislaine Maxwell. Or wherever the fuck this is. Why is that? Why were you even standing near her? Like, I don't care if he was on the fucking plane, but like, why are you even in the same vicinity as this person?
Oh yeah.
I don't get it. I really don't understand. I get the framing of the photo looks bad. Like from this angle, it looks like he's standing right beside her. But then in this one, you can actually see there's some time apart. But why are you even in her vicinity? Why are you even at that event? Because as far as I know, he hasn't really answered the event at or the reasoning for it whatsoever. Why is this taking so long to load? There we go. Yeah, raises questions. Blaming the Conservative campaign for circulating photos of the global banker with Ghislaine Maxwell. As a child, the woman you referenced went to the same high school as Mr. Carney's wife's sister. Huh. Okay, so there's a bit of a personal connection. Oh, I guess no, they went to the same school, not really a personal connection. Um, the Wilderness Festival. Okay. The story included a photo of Carney, his wife Diana, and Maxwell lounging in the grass at the Wilderness Festival. The event had been described as a posh talk, an event for well-heeled hippies that included a luxury spa, gourmet food, and heated yurts, all laid out on the ground of Cornbury Park. Okay. I understand why he was at that event. The published
Doesn't mean you have
photos
to
of
stand there.
no, show he and his wife relaxing and in a casual conversation with the woman who would go on. Right, so they were talking.
I would assume so.
Okay. So what kind of relationship do they have? The source close to Carney is emphatic that the leadership had no interaction with Epstein, and in fact has never heard of him until long. Okay, sure. Carney came across thousands of people, was obviously subject to intense and daily UK media scrutiny. Okay, and if you were all close to him, you can be sure it would have been a story, not just photos. Okay, but regardless, like you're hobnobbing with all these people. You went to an event where you're like the cream of the fucking crop, talking to the elite. You know how the world works? No, you know how these circles work. You've been in these big, like, elite circles for the longest time. For the World Bank, for the Bank of England. That doesn't mean that you know exactly what the fuck is wrong on my side of the street or anyone's side of the street. It just means you know what's good for your friends. You know what's good for you. I know how the world works. You pal around with like the cream of the crop. What are we talking about here? Also, instead of you taking over just to make it easier, we're gonna have a quick intermission, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, I'll be right back, fellas and ladies.
Be back.
All right. Yeah. So sorry about that, guys. Just had a personal thing come up at the last minute. Where were we at?
We're strong. We need to be strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on from him.
Let's move on. Yeah. Let's go.
Mr. Carney, Mr. Blanchet.
Mr. Trump will hang from his own noose because their economy is dependent on ours.
Whoa.
Nice.
Hang from his own noose?
That's pretty aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta hear the rest of this. Hold on.
Mr. Trump will hang from his own noose because their economy is dependent on ours. But there will be a lot of harm done to Canada, to Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger than the States. Our population is bigger than the States. And so retaliation is going to hurt the States, but we have to negotiate in a rational way, and we shouldn't fall to fear, and we shouldn't spin fear for political reasons.
Wait. I'm sorry. Did he just say our population is bigger than the States?
I think he did.
Is he speaking on behalf of like Quebec or Canada?
I
Because neither
well,
is true.
This is a federal debate. You have to assume Canada, but either I don't. Does
I'm
he
so
mean that
confused.
in like some other context? Like,
Hold on. Okay, so because my mind immediately went to like, does he say that like Quebec has the biggest population compared to literally any other state? Because I would wage you the city of New York, not even the state of New York, as a starter.
Mm.
So, like, hold on. Does Quebec have a population larger than every state in the U.S.?
No, just put in population of Quebec.
This stream is brought to you by Perplexity, perplexity.ai for all of your searching needs. Please sponsor me, Perplexity. I will gladly shill whatever the fuck you guys
I
are
will
selling.
gladly take your money.
Yep. Yeah.
California has almost as much as as Canada.
Yeah. So like he doesn't even have more than New Jersey. So hold on, let's rewind that. Maybe we missed some
Yeah, okay.
context. I doubt it, but
Bad translation?
Their economy is dependent on ours. But there will be a lot of harm done to Canada, to Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger than the States. Our population is bigger than the States. And so retaliation is going to hurt the States, but we have to negotiate in a rational way, and we shouldn't fall to fear, and we shouldn't spin fear for political reasons.
So he did literally just say that. And I look, with all due respect, like I know CPAC isn't Jesus, but like their one job is to like be able to translate, and they hire, I would hope, the best people for it. So okay, that's just flat out wrong. It really isn't. And hold on, what was it? What was it he said at the end there?
But there will be a lot of harm done to Canada, to Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger than the States. Our population.
Joint GDP. But it's not.
Yeah, I doubt that.
It's not bigger than the States. I know, because Apple wasn't started in Canada, and Apple is like the first $1 trillion company.
Apple, Ford,
Chevy. Jinx, you owe me a Tesla.
Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla.
Hello.
SpaceX, Starlink. Like I don't. Oh, this is just like the bigger ones. There's like millions of smaller. Walmart, fucking Walmart. Home Depot. That's American, right? Lowe's is Canadian, right?
Rona's Canadian.
Rona's
Lowe's is,
Canadian.
I think Lowe's. No, I don't think Lowe's is Canadian.
I think Lowe's is American too. In any case, like what? That's just a. How is he not getting fact checked on this? What the fuck?
McDonald's.
Literally McDonald's,
Like,
the
literally
largest
McDonald's.
restaurant chain in the entire world. They would build one in the Andes jungle if they could. Anyways, moving on.
They can just keep
Let's
going.
just let's just
Coca-Cola. Like
Bayer, who makes aspirin and fucking everything else.
oh, fuck.
Pfizer, but
Pfizer.
yeah.
Pfizer. That's the end.
Hold on, let me. I know this is like kind of beating a dead horse, but
Done to Canada, to Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger.
oh, I just understood what he meant. Canada, Europe, and Mexico.
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ! You could have said. Okay, all right. So let's
Yeah.
fact check that. Let's fact check that in real time. What is the total
All of Europe? Sure.
combined GDP of Canada, Europe, and Mexico in relation to the total combined GDP of America, according to latest available statistics? Make sure the stats are gathered from the same year for each region. That could go either way, actually. I genuinely don't know. But I don't think he would make a point like that unless he knew that for a fact. Or if he was fudging the numbers somehow.
Okay, what about the
Larger
so you're saying that
population.
the larger population is also about Canada, Europe,
Yep.
Mexico.
Yep.
Well, that
Yeah.
wasn't a confusing way to say it at fucking all. Don't we look like fucking donkeys?
Well, no, because the part that makes it confusing is the fact that he represents Quebec. So it's like, are you like once again, you're talking about using all of Canada's GDP. Like once again, like you're saying you're going out on the national stage and you're saying, look at our GDP. Yeah. What the fuck is Quebec producing compared to every other province? You guys are benefiting from that. So you want to like say that you're going to stand up to Trump and like what? Are you going to talk to him about Quebec values or Canadian values? Like whose side are you on? I can't tell because on one hand, you want to have the freedom to say, "Oh, if we just combine forces with Europe and Mexico, we'll be able to beat Trump to a pulp." It's like, okay, but are you doing that for Canada's interests or are you doing that for Quebec's interests? Because you're on the national stage asking to be leader. Why would anyone fucking vote for you outside of Quebec? Why? For what reason? No, you guys don't have seats outside of Quebec. Like once again, I'm posing the question: why the fuck are they involved in Canadian politics at all?
Yeah, I don't know.
On a
They seem
national
like
stage, like I understand in your local province, okay, fine, but
they seem like the court jester.
yeah.
Just they're just there because they gotta be.
Well, no, like
You
and
gotta
also
make the room more colorful.
once again, according to statistics from 2024, if we combine this, right, we get roughly what 23 trillion GDP in US dollars. And the US is at 29. So incorrect.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's see population. America's got like what? 400 million at this point? 300 something?
Oh, population? Yeah.
Yeah. Canada just reached 40 million.
41 and a half.
Is it actually 41 and a half?
I think that's what I saw.
Okay. Well, thanks to India for that, I guess.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Well, it's not our people. We're not fucking. Can't afford to.
No, 100%.
You don't get to fuck.
You don't get to have kids.
You don't get to have kids.
Did that say 450 million?
For the EU.
The
That's
EU.
insane. Wow. 450 million. Holy shit. That's crazy. Yeah, so he's right on the population thing, but he's not right on
Sure.
GDP. And also, what about GDP per capita? Because that's the one that actually matters. Because that's GDP per person. So that means if America has less of a population than those regions combined, but their GDP capita is higher, that means that with less people, they are able to extract more value. Whereas if you have a high population but low GDP per capita, that means that like there's only a handful of people actually doing the work and everyone else is just kind of coasting on their fucking coattails. Let's see GDP per capita. Also, I'm also like, going out on a
A
what
huge
is it?
tangent over here.
No, not tangent. Well, yes, I am. What's the phrase? Going out on a leap? Is that it?
Going out on a limb?
Limb. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm retarded. Going out on a
I'm
limb
going
here.
out on a leap, gentlemen.
I was gonna say leaf, which thank God I
Going
didn't.
out on a leap.
Okay, so
No, you better make like a tree and leaf.
oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Um, so yeah, so America has higher GDP per capita than any of these fucking places. Almost 2x what Canada has, definitely 2x what Europe has, and fucking almost 8x what Mexico has. Like they're fine. They're gonna be fine. That's my whole point with this. Like all this shit about like ganging up on America as a trio. Like good luck with that. You're like you. Do you realize how many deals you have to make with the EU alone? Jesus, how many fucking countries are there in the EU that you would have to appease? They all have their own interests as well. Like Poland isn't going to have the same immigration policy as it has to Germany or
Mm.
whatever economic policy, right? What do you like? How do you expect to do that? You're just going to meet with the heads of the European Union? Yeah, good luck with that. Anyways, back to the fucking
Back to the
NDP.
circus.
The states.
Yeah.
The population is bigger than the states, and so retaliation is going to hurt the states, but we have to negotiate in a rational way, and we shouldn't fall to fear, and we shouldn't spin fear
Mr.
for political
Singh,
reasons.
conclusions?
Wait, I'm sorry. He just said we shouldn't spin fear, and then he starts off his statement by saying Trump is going to hang himself with his own noose.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Anyways, sorry.
Jesus.
Let's get back to the debate. I'm starving too much.
For political reasons.
Conclusions?
It's all about priorities. For me, now is the time to invest, not cut. It is the time to protect what we hold dear, our farmers.
It's a time to invest your money into bullshit that I want to sell you.
Yep.
Our culture, the French language. These things should not be sacrificed. It is time to defend who we are, what our values are. And
Dude.
we believe in helping one another. That's what we will do. How? We will strengthen our healthcare system. We will not let it be Americanized. That is crucial. We must defend who we are.
So, open debate to begin now for about 15 minutes.
Okay, so I love this, dude. So
Go
what
off, go
Jagmeet
off.
basically said is we need to fight Trump with French. We need to
What do you-
just
what do you
speak
mean?
French to him only, I guess, and that's it. That's how we win.
What do you mean? Like, what exactly did he say?
No, that's what Jagmeet Singh just said. He keeps saying, "Oh, we need to protect our culture and so on, and our French language." What does the French language have to do with our battle with Trump? What does that have to do with anything?
I think that's.
And my
like,
first thought went
yeah.
to, okay, so let's just talk to him in French from now on. That's how we win.
I think it's just the issue that all the leaders are going to run up against because they're speaking like there's a reason why this debate is happening. The Quebec and the sovereignty and this whole question that's been hanging over Canada for God knows how fucking long has to be addressed in some way, shape, or form, and this is their attempt to do it. So while they have to speak to the national stage, they also have to speak to Quebec. So I think we're going to see a lot more gaffes like that. Not defending what he said. What he said is absolutely retarded. talking about like defending our healthcare system, which I mean, I have no words. It's we have more and more people each year killing themselves through the MAID program to the point where at its peak, 1 in 5 Canadian deaths was a result of this system, um, which is like just categorically fucking insane that we were spending tax dollars to kill people that would otherwise be able to have a good life if they just got the resources they needed or if they got the help that they needed. I'm sure there's plenty of critical patients that like were literally just end of life fucking all the fucking turbo cancers combined
Mm,
and they were retarded. I understand that, right? Of wanting
Jesus.
to of wanting to kill yourself then. I get it. Um but you can't say that that was every single case. Like that one time they tried to get a wheelchair Olympian to fucking commit suicide just because she wanted a fucking chairlift in her
Jesus, yeah.
apartment. Like, let's
Are we
remember
talking
that
about
that
MAID?
happened. Yeah. Um, that's how bad the healthcare system is, and I guarantee that there's a portion of it, or at least I would bet good money that there's a portion of discussions around MAID that are like, "Hey, um, wouldn't it be cheaper in the long term if we just got people to kill themselves instead of dealing with treatment in the long-term care facilities?"
Hell yeah.
So, okay, talking about our healthcare system and not wanting it to get Americanized. Fair enough.
That's been his whole
Americans
talking point for 2 questions, by the way.
that too, yeah. And the dentistry thing. He's really leaning
Way to
hard on
use your
that.
time wisely over here.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get back into it.
Into a real
Mr.
debate.
Poilievre, you have called Carney a political grifter, a globalist banker who's disconnected from reality. And Mr. Carney, you've said Pierre Poilievre is a career politician who knows nothing about how the real world works. So I ask you,
Are you serious?
which of you first is capable of standing up to Donald Trump?
Why are we still
Mr.
talking about
Poilievre,
Donald
I
Trump?
am, because I'm going to put Canada first. I will never compromise Canada's interests. And I will control what we can control here. Obviously, no one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump, but we can control our economy, our domestic economy, by
Poilievre.
overturning liberal economic policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the
The issue
Americans.
is, Mr. Poilievre,
Well, if I
you would make Canada more like the
That's not
United
true.
States. You would
not true.
Americanize our healthcare system,
not true.
privatize it. Everyone knows that's what conservatives
That's
do.
not true.
That's not true.
You said
Why is fucking
That's not
Jack
true.
Meat? Why is he chiming in?
I like how he's coming to protect Carney. Bro, the NDP is so far up the liberals' ass.
He's literally like the question was between them and Carney. Why is
Just
he
ran at him
speaking?
like an attack dog. Did you see that?
Policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the
The issue
Americans.
is, Mr. Poilievre,
well, if I
you would make Canada more like the
That's not
United
true.
States. You would
not true.
Americanize our healthcare system,
not true.
privatize it. Everyone knows that's what conservatives
That's
do.
not
Mr.
true.
Carney, you said
This statement
True.
this statement that the NDP and the Liberals make, I'm really getting sick and tired of hearing it saying like everyone knows this, all Canadians believe like what are you why are you talking in
Hey, man,
absolutes?
your party's evil. I know this. It's a fact.
Like I don't I just no, I get it. It's just I don't understand how an adult can get up on the world stage and on national stage and say something like that that is so asininely false. All Canadians know that you. What do you mean all can? Why are you speaking on behalf of all of us? Who the fuck are you?
Don't talk for me. You don't know me.
Like what the
Jack
fuck?
Meat.
And okay, well, let's get back into it.
that you're better.
all right, first of all, I know how to negotiate, and I agree with Mr. Singh. We need to start by saying what's never going to be on the table. The French language, Quebec's culture, and supply management will never be on the table. Our resources, that's the first thing. Second,
Are resources that you've argued should not be taken out of the ground and that 80% of the existing fossil fuels should remain within the ground worldwide? And like, this isn't even like a conspiracy or anything. He wrote it in his book. Like, he wrote this Carney wrote this in his fucking book, saying that 80% of fossil fuels should stay in the ground. But now you want to use our natural resources to boost the economy. Like, I don't. What?
Yeah.
And every pipeline that has been uh, pushed for to go through Quebec to go to the eastern provinces has been shut down by the Quebecois because they say it's not in their sovereign interest. So you gotta deal with the Quebecois on that too, or are we just gonna limit ourselves to the West Coast? Like, what the fuck is this?
in terms of Mr. Blanchet's point, the opportunities that we have with the European Union are there. And I've already started building new relationships with the European Union. As Prime Minister, I met with the President of France and with the President of the European Commission.
There's a lot to unpack in there, let's be honest. And perhaps it's right. You say that you're an expert in managing a crisis, but you say you're a negotiator, but, well, perhaps negotiating with tax havens. But when it comes to trade agreements, I haven't seen. We apparently have to believe you with no political experience. And so I find it's kind of funny because people say we have to unite and work together. On the one hand, you have never spoken to me before this evening.
What?
You're not.
He hasn't spoken to the Quebecois leader until the debate?
Jeez.
Bro, we're a week and a half out from voting. It's on the 28th. You're 3 weeks into this campaign and you haven't at any point spoken to the leader of the fucking of Quebec? Are you serious? That's insane. Okay, anyways.
Well, remember, he paroled Parliament.
Okay, but
I'm
like
I'm not saying he can't make time, but I guess like, sure, playing devil's advocate. I couldn't see you at work. Like,
I mean, I don't think that if he uses that counter argument, he's just kind of signing his own.
no,
He's hanging.
that's not a real argument. I'm just.
Yeah. It's just like that's like the only argument that he has of like not seeing him, and even then, that argument is fucking stupid. Yeah. Anyways,
People say we have to unite and work together. On the one hand, you have never spoken to me before this evening. You're not trying to figure out how to collaborate between equals, Quebec, Canada, Mexico, European partners.
wait. Did he just say, yeah, you're not communicating among equals, whether it's Quebec, Canada, Europe, or Mexico? Did you just fucking put Quebec on the same level as sovereign nations?
Yep.
Bro, they hate Canada. Like this
yeah.
guy, his party fucking hates Canada, as far as I'm concerned, just from hearing that little Freudian slip.
You sad little Frenchies.
Yeah. Anyways,
You're trying to score divisive points that only serves the United States of America.
all right, I've just started as Prime Minister. I've been Prime Minister for a month. In the first
Oh,
week,
here we go.
I signed an agreement with the premiers of all the provinces, the Premier of Quebec and the premiers of all the provinces and territories concerning free trade within Canada. It's also an agreement that deals with trade corridors. That's an example.
You haven't sat with any premiers. You've sat with MPs that will be elected at the same level as you if you're elected.
The problem, Mr. Carney, is that your party has been in power for 10 years. And in that time, It's not meetings that are going to change things. It's your policies that have blocked resources. C69, which blocks not just pipelines, but also dams, mines, and liquid natural gas exploration. We have a deal with Europe, a trade deal. The Conservatives negotiated it, but Liberal legislation has prevented development, and you continue to support those laws. Those laws need to be repealed and replaced with laws that will unleash our resources and allow us to export abroad and allow us to become truly economically and
talk about that later.
sovereign and
In a war,
have
you need
energy
to determine
sovereignty
your
as well.
priorities. Mr. Carney, unfortunately, your priority
They're all ganging up on him.
Jesus. What happened? They're all
Even
turning around being like, you're a shitty prime minister.
even Jack Meat is fucking going for the jugular. Jesus.
is
Well, yeah,
well,
because now
you
there's
need
real
to
food on the table, you know? Like there's something for him to win now. He's trying to look
Yeah.
after himself.
but you
Jesus.
did not increase the amount of money people receive when they lose their jobs due to the trade war. These days, people receiving EI
What? You can't.
get maybe
Okay.
half of their salary.
Wait. What?
Fucking Jagmeat man still talking about fucking money. So his whole answer to this is saying your administration in the month that you've been prime minister did not make bigger government subsidies for people who lost their jobs due to the tariffs. Yes, because it shouldn't be on the fucking taxpayers to now pay more out the ass for your unemployment because you government dumbasses can't figure this shit out. It's what they were calling for with the whole. Didn't we give money? Wait.
I'm pretty sure there is hold on.
Didn't they promise like 40 million or something? I swear I read that article to the steel workers.
Let's
I know I
ask
read an
AI.
article about that, so that might be false.
I did hear about that they are giving there was some kind of a program for that. Come
Oh,
on.
yeah. It may have been. Was it that 6 billion?
Yep. So
No?
they temporarily waived an employment insurance rule, which is the 1 week waiting period for benefits, and suspended requirements to use severance/vacation pay before accessing EI for 6 months until the next September. They reduced the required work hours to 630 from 700. The benefits duration is increased by 4 weeks. Work sharing program expansion. I don't know what that means. Now they last up to 76 weeks, which is doubled from 38. They allow employees to retain jobs with reduced hours while receiving income support.
Yeah. So again, Jagmeet
1
Singh is
billion.
basically just saying
1 billion in Farm Credit Canada lending to address cash flow challenges. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, no, Singh is just saying throw more money at the problem. Is basically what he just said.
Great idea.
He goes throw more money at the people. Throw more money at the people. Yes, sir, but where does that money come from? Your ass? It has to come from somewhere. You can't just throw money at people and go, "Here you go, the economy will be better if you have more money in your pockets." That's not how this works. You can't just print money.
Hey, not his problem.
I guess not with his Rolex
Yeah, not his
and his
problem.
Maserati.
Economically and we have a deal with Europe, a trade deal. The Conservatives negotiated it, but Liberal legislation has prevented development, and you continue to support those laws. Those laws need to be repealed and replaced with laws that will unleash our resources and allow us to export abroad and allow us to become truly economically and
talk about that later.
sovereign and
In a war,
have
you need
energy
to determine
sovereignty
your
as well.
priorities. Mr. Carney, unfortunately, your priority is, well, you had time to meet with the king, but you did not increase the amount of money people receive when they lose their jobs due to the trade war. These days, people receiving EI get maybe half of their salary. For people who have already lost their jobs, that is not enough. It won't cover the bills. It won't cover their rent costs. That shows your priorities. For me, workers are number one. We need a system to support our workers.
We'll hear some in a few seconds,
But he did. We just read an example that the government has passed
Yeah, but he did.
the laws. I mean, I don't know, like, if maybe the payouts have gotten smaller as a result of, like, this just suddenly happening all at once, considering, like, EI is always, like, it's an ongoing program, like Social Security, and now we just have, like, a higher amount of people that are on EI. But, like, he has actually done something, so not quite sure what his argument here is.
His argument is pretty much you should have thrown more at it.
Okay,
And again,
fair point.
where from? Like,
Fair point. Yeah, he should have thrown more money at it.
yeah, he definitely should have ruined our economy even more than it already is. 100%.
Yep. All right, let's get back to it.
Mr. Carney, response, and then I have another question for Blanchet.
Well, first of all, we need to fight in a trade war. We need to fight with counter tariffs. And all the money collected from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers and the businesses that are the most affected by this trade war.
You know the
What?
the only nations that are currently have counter tariffs against Trump are China and Canada. I'm gonna fact check myself.
Seriously?
Yeah.
We did it because the Chinese told us to. I mean, I'd believe it at this point. So
No.
I love this though. Instead of his idea of actually, like, because again, nobody's talking about the root cause of these tariffs. Everybody just thinks Trump is crazy and he wants to make America rich by taxing the shit out of all of his neighbors and biggest trade partners.
Yeah, not quite sure what. No, I mean I understand what Carney's getting at. I'm not quite sure how that is going to do us any good being combative against the United States. Like you
His
do
idea
realize,
is a losing one.
but yeah, like you do realize who you're up against, right?
But his idea is a losing one. His idea is, okay, the US is going to hit us harder with tariffs, so we're going to hit back with them at tariffs. And then the jobs that we lose because his tariffs are hitting harder, we're going to take our tariffs, which are never going to hit as hard as Trump's because he's always going to one up us no matter what, just like he did the fucking Chinese. And didn't he put like 107% tariffs on China?
Something something like that.
Something like that.
But
so
yeah.
we're going to take that money that we were losing from America and give it back to the people who we can't afford to pay because we are hemorrhaging money to the states. That's just dying slower.
Yeah, I actually just got a news alert that said Trump imposes 245% tariffs on Chinese imports amid tensions.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was that big. Fucking hell. I saw that article too, and I was like, that's insane.
Yeah, initially he imposed 34% tariff. And then after China retaliated with 84% and then 125%. Oh, sorry. After China retaliated with its own tariffs, didn't say what percentage. Then Trump retaliated with first 84, then 125, now 245. While most other countries received a 90-day pause on their higher tariff rates as they entered trade discussions with the U.S., China remains the primary target in what has become the highest U.S. tariff level in over a century. So, according to that, and then this little pullout here from Perplexity, the European Union imposed a counter tariff of 28 billion on U.S. goods, but postponed some measures after U.S. threats. So they essentially backed off, not entirely, but partially. And then Canada is the only other region. Meanwhile, everyone else has gone into like trade agreements. Can we just like, can we not set up trade agreements? Is that not a possibility? I mean, look, I know I understand like almost fuck all about this shit, but is there really no way for us to negotiate some kind of a deal, or is everyone just waiting until after the election to even start that?
That's what I'm thinking. Is that right now, Carney's like, why would I bother getting involved with this mess if I may not even have this position in a month's time? But not only that, I don't understand the, like you said, there's no way of us to sit down and actually figure a like more constructive way out of this situation than immediate hostility, because that's what happened. As soon as Trump was talking about the friggin' tariffs, everybody was like, "Oh, up in arms and blah blah blah, this and that. We need to fight back, elbows up or whatever the fuck it is." And like, I don't understand how we went right to that. And like I said, it seems like they're painting Trump as this psychopath who has no ulterior motives other than, ha ha ha, I just want to steal your money, and like, there's no negotiating with him. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, did they also like kind of back themselves into a corner politically by calling Trump literally Hitler for all these years? So like now meeting with him and doing all that is actually just very difficult. Like when Trudeau, like when they talked about the calls that he had before he stepped down as leader, like Trump was joking that he was the 51st senator or the sorry, 51st what's their term? Governor, my mistake. Governor of the 51st state. Um if he's joking with him like that when he's on his way out, it's like okay, well, you're not supposed to bow down to him, but that kind of shows you just what kind of a position he's operating from compared to where we're operating from.
Yeah.
Like we stopped our entire legislative body back in October, not even because of this election stuff, but because the liberals refused to hand over documents that were in the middle of an investigation for $400 million slush fund. Like that was why Parliament stopped. It wasn't because of this election stuff. That came later. But they were initially prorogued because of that, and then it became even more prorogued because of all the election stuff. Um yeah, I don't know, man. It just the whole fucking thing seems like a circus, and they don't actually give a shit about what happens to the everyday average person.
Yeah.
Anyways,
They won't be used for tax cuts the way that Mr. Polyev is going to do.
You always want to increase them. You're liberal. We want to cut
just
taxes
started as Prime Minister
for a
and
fourth
I've
liberal term.
just started.
You were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. Have you?
yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
let me cut in here. Both of them would cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires. They have
Oh my
already done it in the
God.
past.
The fucking NDP, man.
Your first step was to reduce taxes for the millionaires. Pierre Poilievre would do the same thing.
That's not
You're
true.
not thinking of regular people.
We've cut the consumer carbon
Great.
tax. That's what
Mr.
we did.
Singh, Mr. Blanchet.
He may have cut the consumer carbon tax um with some
Yeah,
fucking
in a time
bullshit.
of economic crisis, which makes no fucking sense. Look, I'm happy the fact that we're paying significantly less at the pumps. I am. I'm glad to see the numbers down in the 120s. But at the end of the day, it makes me even more worried. How is it all of a sudden I'm paying less and we're in a fucking trade war? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Not just that, but when he said Carney went on a whole press tour when he was repealing the carbon tax thing, which he also did unilaterally, because he signed a document and didn't actually like get any political input from the other parties because Parliament is prorogued, because the Liberals made it that way, so they couldn't even have a debate on this. It just kind of came at the whim of the fucking leader. Which okay, cool. I guess we're just not doing democracy anymore. Uh, but the carbon tax that he removed is okay, sure, it's from the consumer facing stuff, but the companies themselves, they still have to pay that. But the companies sell to the consumer, so they're going to pass down the cost to the consumer. And Carney's whole argument when he was asked about this on the news, there's a famous clip of him uh being like, no, like you don't understand. It's only going to go to the producers. It's like, okay, well, the producers are the ones that make the products. They're the ones that are they're gonna pass it on to the consumers. They're the ones that are buying the products. And the carney's like, no, 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 you don't understand. Because these producers, they make bars of steel and all this and that. It's like, when's the last time you bought a bar of steel? And it's like, no, that's a part of the manufacturing process. That gets
Yeah, you don't.
broken down
Jesus.
into God. No, he knows. He understands the game. He just doesn't
Mm.
wanna he doesn't actually wanna fucking open his robe and see and let everyone see what he has. Because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, you get rid of the consumer facing one, but that's still that there's still a consumer facing one. You just don't label it as such. That's all you did. You just removed the labeling. Like, okay, fine. So you don't pay more at the gas. Well, guess what? The materials that's needed to build that gas station or to build that truck that's transporting it or to build the tools needed to refine the oil or what have you is going to cost more still. And that's still going to be passed on to the consumer. So you're lying.
Yeah.
Like you're literally just lying on the fucking face of it just by saying, "Oh, we repealed it." But it's still there.
We've been telling Canadians for several days that it would be better to have a minority government. You said it clearly. With Trump, can Canadians not want a majority government that's stronger?
I don't know where that reasoning comes. The minority government would be weaker than a majority government. Go tell that to the Germans, who have only governed through coalitions recently. Many countries have coalitions, and if that is the population of the people, then great. At this point, it's possible that Canadians and Quebecers, perhaps, choose to trust in someone who has the least experience in politics. Quebec has a different economy, different interests, different everything. We want
Yeah, so does Ontario, Alberta, Saskatchewan.
economic difference is taken into account.
Let's talk a little bit about
Mr. Singh,
minority
in terms of the
governments.
minority
None of it?
government,
Selfish bastard.
The whole point of a minority government is to help people, to make a difference in people's lives. But honestly, Mr. Blanchet, unfortunately, in the last minority government, you showed that you were as useless as the monarchy is. You did nothing for people. What is worse, you voted against measures that would help Quebecers. Dental care, pharmacare.
Oh my God, this healthcare thing,
measures
man.
that have helped hundreds of thousands of Quebecers.
Quebec jurisdiction, dental
Exactly.
care, health care,
People in Quebec,
pharmacare,
people
money
in
that we
Quebec.
send to Ottawa. Ottawa does not have the expertise or the jurisdiction.
We are
Quebec
paying the
does.
bills.
Mr. Roy, please let me finish one sentence.
please wrap it up.
When we want to be effective, we give the money to the experts, those who have the legal jurisdiction to spend the money, and that is Quebec in this case. The NDP gave $2 billion to a insurance company.
Giving
Everything was
money to our
going
Quebec seniors.
fine until now, but Mr.
What the fuck is going on? What are we talking about here? Who's saying what? I'm so confused. Everyone's just talking over each other. Is it just me? Yeah, I can't follow this. This is weird. Also, I don't know if you have your mic muted or what. I can't hear you.
Carney, in terms of the minority government,
Mr. Roy, we are in a crisis, the most serious crisis of our lives. We need to react with resounding, overwhelming strength. Yes, we need to cut a few taxes. Yes, we need to cut bureaucracy. But the government needs to act in a time of crisis. So we need to have a government ready to act.
But when you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, you weakened our economy. We need economic sovereignty, and that means bringing back production to Canada. and I would reverse liberal
That's a good idea.
policies around development. I
Yep.
would expedite construction permits. We would have pre-approved permits, and that would, and I would also make sure that we could send our energy to Europe to break Europeans' dependence on Putin,
Ah.
and to break our dependence on the
The
U.S.
conservatives and the liberals both
Wait,
prioritize the
who
Break
said that
our
Poutine
on,
line?
dependence
on
our
Putin.
energy to Europe to break Europeans' dependence on Putin, and to break our dependence on the U.S.
The conservatives.
Why did
and
he
the
say
liberals
Poutine the second time?
It's a translator, right? I
I
mean,
would have, yeah, I would have expected Putin. He said Putin. Nothing wrong with Putin. And then he went Poutine. Why did you put the E in it?
no idea, but that's such a funny dig at Quebec. It's like, what kind of exports do you guys even have besides fucking poutine and maple syrup?
Damn.
Like he said that on the national
What do we need you
stage.
for? What do we need you for?
Approved permits.
Actually, you know what? Fine. Let's be fair. Let's be fair to Quebec. What are Quebec's chief exports?
Aluminum.
They got aluminum in them.
They got the aluminum. They got that World War II aluminum in them.
Aircraft. Okay.
Number 2, aluminum.
Natural
You want
resources.
to know why they have so many aerospace parts? Because they got the
Aluminum.
aluminum for it.
Yep,
Yep.
yep. And iron ore and all that.
Oh, okay. So we just send the dwarves up there to mine the shit out of it, and then we can break it off at the border and push it off into the Atlantic.
America absorbs 73% of their exports. And China is their second largest partner. How much of it is going to Canada? If we do the math, doesn't seem like a lot. So, once again, looking out for your own interests. Which, fine, I get it, but like, be your own country at that point. Then have
You
another
gotta look
referendum.
out for more than just Quebec. You fuck.
Well, if you are going to look out for your interests, it would be good if everyone else benefited too.
Would be
In any
nice.
case, yeah. In any case,
Permits, and that would, and I would also make sure that we could send our energy to Europe to break Europeans' dependence on Putin, and to break our dependence.
oh, Putin.
Yeah. No, that's why I said, why did he have the teen on it? He was talking about Vladimir Putin. And he said, and at first he said Putin. And I'm like, that's fine. And then he corrected himself and said Poutine. And I'm like, why'd you put the E in it?
Now I
They
understand.
weren't
what you
talking
mean.
about Poutine.
Now I thought they were actually legit talking about poutine, and he like that was like a swipe on the Quebec. Okay, I'm a retard. I'm sorry. Let's keep going.
Dependence on the U.S.
The conservatives and the liberals both prioritize the ultra rich, not you, not
Greg, we
regular
do have a
Canadians.
segment on that.
That's the difference.
We have a segment on energy.
Ultra
Wait, who
rich,
said
not
that?
you, not
Greg, we
regular
do have a
Canadians.
segment.
Okay, Mr. Rolex, bro. Fucking. Let me see this. Rolly. Oh, this is like a fake ad. I think. Rolly. Another Rolly. Some more Rollies and an Apple Watch.
The Rolly Apple Watch. On a white guy.
Maserati. Step outside Parliament. Yeah. Anyways, back to this.
On that.
That's the difference.
We have a segment on energy and pipelines, so we'll come back to that later. There are people who are watching us who are concerned. There will be negotiations with the Americans, obviously. What Well, you'll all say supply management here, but I'd like to say that Canada gave up market shares during the last 3 trade deal negotiations. We're talking about more than 450 million a year in losses for Canadian farmers. So, what is something you wouldn't concede in a negotiation?
I will defend supply management. I will defend the French language. I will defend our healthcare system. I will defend our decisions and our laws. We will always be sovereign. And the way we're going to restore that sovereignty, Canadian sovereignty, is by making our economy stronger. We need to cut red tape by 25% for businesses. We need to reduce development charges, taxes on housing. We need to support labor and energy
Great.
and domestic production. That's how we can be more
Supply
sovereign
management. Well, go around the table, Mr. Carney.
in the face of the U.S.
It's nice to say supply management, but we've said it 3 times and it hasn't been done. So,
Well, this is the first time that I will be at the table.
Oh, but you've been his advisor for 5 years.
Correct. We've been over this.
Like,
You've been round.
you've been around. So why now?
If I am elected as Prime Minister. I've said a number of times, and since the beginning of my campaign in Mauricie, we'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table. And I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear from the beginning when talking to the Americans.
Just
What
a
is
quick
it with
question.
America and the attack on the French culture and language? Am I missing something?
No, it's like I said at the beginning. Like, they're, because of the context for this debate and because of the power of the Quebecois, they have to, like, they're gonna be doing this teetering as it goes on. They're gonna be like trying to both appease the Quebec and speak to the national audience at the same time, which you can't do. So we're gonna hear gaffes like that throughout the whole thing. Because they're, you know what it is? It's like it actually kind of sums up the politics, like this debate, that whole thing with the French dynamic. Kind of sums up how politics has been going on for the last 10 years in Canada, where like politicians will act and behave in a way that is so far divorced from reality that they think that speaking it into will is actually going to make it happen. When in reality, all it does is it allows them to push their policies for as long as they can hold out. And then when, reality hits back, then everything goes wrong. It's like the same thing. Like, they're all pretending here as if, like, the fact that Quebec wants to be sovereign and that Canada should be together as a nation are two ideas that cannot coexist for a long enough time, anyways. Like, given enough time, Quebec is going to leave. I think so.
Mm.
Like, if this attitude persists and the votes keep coming in for them, what reason do they have to stay? Like, I don't quite know. Besides taking advantage
I don't
of,
think the majority of Quebecois friggin' share that sentiment. That's my
no,
thing.
but if their like political leader of their major party is coming out and saying, we are sovereign and we are gonna act independently, but we still want to be part of Canada. It's like, that's not, one of those two has to win. You can't have it both ways. You can't just say,
Yeah.
we want to work with the rest of the provinces and see Canada prosper, while also saying we're going to reject like things like pipelines coming through or what have you, because what? Because you're sovereign? Like, okay, so fuck the rest of us then, and you guys get to reap all the benefits of having an army and all this infrastructure and everything. Like, that's great for you.
Yeah, well, they shaft the rest of us.
Well, also, what is supply management? Because is that the transfer payments that provinces make to the national government every year? Is that what that is?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you.
Established in the 1960s, it balances supply and demand through three pillars: production discipline, cost of production prices, and import controls. The system avoids subsidies common in other countries while ensuring consistent quality. Hmm. I don't quite understand what this is. Economists contend it inflates prices close to 15 to 30% above US levels and stifles competition, disproportionately affecting low income households. The US and other partners criticize import tariffs up to 300% as protectionist, complicating negotiations like USMCA and CPTPP. We have 300% tariffs on fucking dairy products? Quebec's political influence, 50% of dairy production, drives unwavering defense, despite calls for reform from sectors like Alberta's energy industry. So is this government subsidized farming essentially then? Is that what that is? The system avoids subsidies common in other countries while ensuring consistent quality. Okay, so is it
No, it's more of a financial, like, production disciplines, like talking about quotas, like the amount
right? But why does it enable?
farms should be making. I don't know.
But why does it enable the province to impose 300% tariffs on like that's insane. Why would you impose the kind of tariffs? Supply management is like a rule book Canada uses for certain farm products to keep things stable. Here's how. Oh, so the government is stepping in and affecting prices. Farmers can only produce a set
Yeah.
amount, quotas, to avoid making too much or too little. That's why they were fucking dumping milk. This prevents price crashes from surpluses or shortages. Yeah, that's also what the fucking
Oh
communists did.
shit.
Prices aren't decided by random market swings. Instead, farmers get paid based on their costs, ensuring they earn a steady income without relying on taxpayer subsidies. But that also means they don't get to sell their product. That means they have to dump it.
Yeah, that also means they can never be rich.
Foreign
Like if their
competitors,
land is fertile and they work hard and they know what they're doing, they'll never make more than the farmer next door.
because they have quotas and they can't go above that quota. Foreign
Yes.
competitors face high taxes
Well,
up
not
to
only that, but
300.
it kills competition,
That too.
right? If it's not led by market swings,
Or market dynamics, yeah.
yeah,
Foreign competitors face high taxes up to 300% on some dairy products to protect Canadian farmers. This is why you'll rarely see US milk in Canadian grocery stores. Pros are farmers get reliable paychecks. By reliable, you mean the same. And
yeah.
Canada avoids food shortages. Okay, but if we live near a major producer of it, we can just buy from them. Groceries cost more. Milk is 25% pricier than in the US, and trade partners like the US complain it's unfair. Most politicians support it to protect rural jobs, but critics call it a legal cartel that hurts everyday shoppers. It's a classic debate: stability for farmers versus affordability for consumers. With all due respect, um, that's fucking
With all due
retarded.
respect, if you're a bad farmer, you're a bad farmer.
That
Like,
well, not just bad farmer, because like anything could really happen.
well,
It's not
sure,
as if,
acts of
yeah,
God. Why not be subsidized?
yeah. No, I mean I get your point, but I also understand that like there are random like things that can happen in businesses or whether like global dynamics or what have you that could really fuck them up. Um, as much as that is a reality, I think it's unfair that these businesses get to have it's not even a subsidy because the thing is they just have quotas. So the government isn't effectively paying them a certain amount. It's just the system that they have created around this whole idea means that prices can't go above a certain amount. So you're You're not subsidizing it. You're just saying that you can't make more money than you want or than you're able to. That's fucked up. How have I never known about this? And wait, they're all saying that they won't touch it? Hold on.
No, because they want the rural vote, and I don't know if we're understanding this
Well,
as
no,
much as we think we do,
I'm not. Look, I'm yeah.
or say understanding the situation. We don't know what the situation would be like for farmers if we didn't have this program. Like, I don't know enough about agriculture
You know what the
and the
situation would be?
economics behind it. What's that?
The situation would be the same as if we switched to private healthcare tomorrow. A lot of people would be fucked over, but in terms of our quality of healthcare, it would go up. The exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's a government subsidized system, or at least a government controlled system, that when you remove the legs from under it, people get hurt. And so you keep it in place and you can argue from an angle of compassion for it. But in reality, it's actually not compassionate because these farmers don't get to make more money that they actually deserve to make. Like you're forcing them to earn only a certain amount, which fine, okay, maybe they lead somewhat comfortable lives, but how much product has to be dumped as a result of that? Like you remember during COVID,
I do.
what is it? Canada milk dumping. Yeah, here it is. Here's a video of a farmer who documents that he had to dump 30,000 liters of milk due to supply management rules because he produced more than his quota. 30,000 liters. It's just a pipe going into the ground. Like how many more people would have been able to be fed as a result of that?
Yeah.
Wow. 30,000 liters of milk wasted.
Yeah.
And we're talking about food shortages? Well, you can't give it away for free?
Right. Canadians are rushing to the fucking food banks, but we're dumping 30,000 liters of milk.
And look, mind you, that was one example years ago. I get it. Not everybody's dumping 30,000 liters a day, but if that is even happening with one farmer, and we have a good chunk of our nation made up of farmers, or at least there's a lot of farm agriculture production here, well, what does that mean for all the other stuff? How much food are we throwing away? Because it's not just milk, it's everything. How much food are we throwing away? And to whose benefit? How much less would we be paying for food if we didn't have to dump all this excess and we could put it on the shelves? How many people would not go starving for that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with that at all. I think we should end that completely.
Yeah,
That's
no, that's
ridiculous. Like, look, my heart goes out to the farmers, but bro, how many more people would
I,
actually be able
yeah, I
to
understand.
like not go to sleep hungry?
Yeah, I understand wanting to control the economics in some way to stabilize farmers' income, but dumping food product is not the way to go about it. Absolutely not.
That's so beyond wasteful. That's
Oh, that's
insane.
shameful. That's shameful. That
Disgraceful.
like that hurts me to fucking watch.
Like there was a
That's,
living,
that's
breathing
the one
thing.
thing you don't do. Like that's a carnal fucking rule. Don't waste good food.
There's a living, breathing thing that had to be born to make that, and you're just throwing it away. Okay, so let's hear what
Yeah.
they were saying about it.
My campaign in Mauricie, We'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table. And I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear from the beginning when talking to the Americans.
One area that we don't agree on is that Pierre Poilievre would cut
Not true.
our healthcare system.
That's not
You
true.
said it, everyone knows it. You said that you want to cut, you would cut dental care,
Not true.
pharmacare. You called them bad ideas. And unfortunately, Mr. Carney's plan to budget the operating budget in 3 years
Mr. Singh,
would lead to $43 billion
we'll talk about
worth
that in
of
the next
cuts.
segment. Cost of living, we'll talk about tax cuts later and choices, and we will underscore that none of you has tabled a costed plan. These are just promises. Mr. Blanchet on
We
supply
have
management.
tabled a program, first of all. Second of all, we are not the ones who decide what's on the table. If Mr. Trump says, I want to talk about this, no one will be able to stop him from at least talking about it. We've never sacrificed the principle of supply management. So it's empty words. Little bits have been sacrificed every single time at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars every single time. All Mr. Trump wants is a wave of Wisconsin milk with hormones, with no protection against antibiotics.
So what would you do concretely?
I'm sorry, what? You can't test the milk as it's coming into the country? What?
I guess it's just different regulations with how you treat the cow
Right, but dude,
as to the enzymes itself in the milk.
okay,
Maybe they have different regulations over there. I don't know.
right, I understand that, but isn't that the same reason why we can't import European cheese because of like the mold content or whatever the fuck? Like we don't have the same cheeses that they do over in Europe. We have some, but not all. It's the same thing for
Yeah.
like wine or whatever the fuck. We have regulations in place for that. Like, what are you talking about? This wave of Wisconsin milk that had look. Oh, so you can't ask the farm for lab work on the cows? Like, you can't ask them to give you a sample of the milk to test it? Like, is that not a feasible? Is this really your argument against this supply issue?
I think it's an argument for deterring importation of milk products, and I guess pissing off Quebec.
No, I understand that. It's just I'm so having learned about this just now live on stream. I am absolutely dumbfounded that number one, this is a policy that we're still sticking with, and number two, that they're defending it so fervently when when the farmers are benefiting to the detriment of the people. Like, it's great, the farmers have stable jobs, okay, but what the fuck? Like, why am I paying so much for my eggs, man? Why am I paying so much for my milk, bro? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And that's just those two things. Like, what about literally all the other, like, all the food that we eat? Does it also go for like beef? Does it also go for, literally anything else? I just okay, all right. So he's defending it. Let's hear him out.
With hormones, with no protection against antibiotics.
So what would you do concretely?
We will bring back an act that everyone approved. The Liberals before Carney approved it. Everyone had approved it, but then there were certain intrigues with unelected senators. There's a number of unelected members of Parliament that seem to be making decisions.
What would protect it better?
Well, maybe I agree with that law, but my point is that we need to invest in Canada. Our plan, which will be unveiled this weekend, will catalyze $500 billion of investment in Canada over the next 5 years. And that will be important in our negotiations with Mr. Trump.
I'd like us to listen to a worker together from Stellantis. For him, this crisis with the U.S. is very clear. He's just lost his job.
I was was laid off by Stellantis because of the trade war with the US. How will your government stop Mr. Trump from attacking our industries one by one? And how will you protect our jobs?
Hold on, Stellantis. Why does that sound familiar? Is that the EV plant? Is that the one? Because if this is the one that he's talking about, then this is a non-starter. Oh my god, it was. This was the one!
Yeah.
Okay, so for those that don't know, Stellantis, a company that partnered with LG Energy Solutions to build a battery plant in Windsor, Ontario, was first announced in March 2022, involved an initial investment of $5 billion to establish Canada's first large-scale lithium-ion battery production facility, which aimed to support, or the plant aimed to support Stellantis' goal of achieving 50% electrical vehicle sales in North America by 2030. Construction was halted after Stellantis accused the Canadian government of failing to honor funding commitments, citing competition from U.S. incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act. A revised deal was finalized with Canada and Ontario pledging $15 billion in performance incentives. But the deal fell through. And I'm pretty sure that they're under the investigation by whichever home country they're based in. It doesn't quite say here. Netherlands. Hoofddorp. That is not a real place. It is. And it's got 2 D's.
Damn right.
Oh. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. That fact checked in real time. That is actually not that same plant. It says here that it was temporarily halted, but that revised agreement that I mentioned earlier provided 15 billion in performance-linked subsidies over 10 years. Battery module production began in October 2024, with cell manufacturing set to start in 2025. So it's actually in full. Says here the plant is on track for full operation by late 2025. Okay, my mistake. I admit where I was wrong. The deal that I was referencing was one in Quebec, I believe, not in Windsor, where it fell through and the company is completely just fucked off and left, and the Canadian taxpayer ended up footing the bill for it. Let me see if I can find the actual story. Because you remember the one I'm talking about, right?
I remember you telling me about it, yeah.
Let's see here. Oh shit, it's 8 o'clock. I think we're only like 20 minutes into the debate.
Oh, yeah.
The Northvolt EV battery plant project in Quebec, which received substantial government funding, has encountered severe financial difficulties, leaving taxpayers exposed to significant losses. Here's the breakdown. Yeah, so this is a different plan where Quebec and Ottawa pledged about 2.7 billion. Quebec's pension fund and government invested 470 million. Holy shit.
Oopsie daisy, no pension for you. Because we fucked up.
Oh my god.
We're gonna protect our farmers and dump all your milk.
I bet a lot of that dumped milk would really help out all these people that are going to be out of a job soon.
Ay, ay, ay. Dude, it would help me. What the fuck? Give me some of that milk.
It would help me too.
I make my own cheese and butter. I don't give a shit.
Oh hell yeah, bro! I'd make the shit out of some butter.
Right.
Okay, back to this guy that lost his job. Hope he finds one.
Concrete measures. How will you help workers? You all have different proposals. Mr. Poyev.
First of all, I already announced a fund to help companies keep jobs, to keep workers in their jobs, because the priority of workers is to keep working. Secondly, there will be EI to protect people who have fallen on rough times. I will be there for people who've lost their jobs. At the same time, we need to stimulate investment to strengthen our economy and to encourage new companies. We need to unleash our natural resources, and we need to create more jobs in resource industries. We also want to create more jobs for tradespeople at a time when they need work to build new houses.
Let's stay on workers. Mr. Singh.
If a business wants to sell cars in Canada, they should be required to have a factory in Canada, a presence in Canada, and I would put this in a law. We are a major market. If you want to sell here, you should create jobs here. And let me add, the first thing Mr. Poilievre said in 2022 when he became Conservative leader is that he would cut EI contributions. So it is not credible that he would increase support to people when he talked about eliminating contributions.
Mr. Blanchet, for workers, you've said you want to go back to a pandemic-style wage subsidy.
The principle of that. We said that even before the campaign. To paraphrase Mr. Poilievre, EI is fairly broken. People have difficulty accessing it, and I disagree with Mr. Carney's suggestion to say that money will be invested in training. You've lost your job, but we're going to train you, and you're going to have another kick at a can at the age of 55. Not a good idea. The idea of the wage subsidy was to allow the worker to have a link to their job by giving them a subsidy so that the employer, should they want to, could rehire them someone who had the skill to do the job. So there would be a transitional period where there could be temporary job losses, like for the case we've just heard.
Well, first of all, three things. All the money from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers. Second, we have a strategic fund.
Oh wait, pause, hold on. If the money goes to the workers from these counter tariffs, first of all, what does that mean? It goes to the workers. Does that is that some kind of a benefit that he's going to be paying? And then two, what does that mean for the company that is actually doing the trading and has to eat that tariff? If the money goes to the workers and the money doesn't go to the company, like once again, I understand that my ignorance for tariffs is very it's on the high end, but if first of all, how are you going to transfer that money to the workers?
Well,
Like,
that's what I
there's
was
some kind
saying
of benefit.
before. Is that this is just dying slowly because it's just sucking the money out of industry.
Yeah,
like I said, our counter tariffs will never be higher than the tariffs Trump will set.
and then their industry is much more sustained than ours, even though theirs has also been kind of wiped out.
And we here in Canada want to say, oh, the U.S. is reliant on us. Buddy, how reliant are we on the U.S.?
Oh yeah, dude! It just said. Remember that little factoid about Quebec where it said 73% of their exports go to the U.S.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean for all
That's
the other
one
provinces?
province.
And also, Jagmeet mentioned that what was it for car manufacturers that if you want to sell your cars, you have to have a plant in Canada. Okay, so what that's gonna do if it does come to fruition and he does kind of like actually push for that, if we're talking about actually applying this, so that means that you're going to be forcing all the top manufacturers in the states to have a plant up here in Canada, which like
In
why
the
would they?
world.
Right, but this is still
Why
in the
would you why
context.
would you put it would you put it specifically to the US?
Well, yeah, because we're in the
Only
trade war with
US
the
businesses
US.
require okay.
Well, yeah,
Fair
because
enough.
you're well, I would imagine, right? I would assume so, just contextually. Fair point, though. I get your point there. Um, if that does happen, like, if the whole idea for Trump's tariffs, or not the whole idea, one of the central ideas is for him to bring back industry to America, why would he bother wasting any time pushing the manufacturers to create a plant in Canada? That's a non-starter. If their whole idea is we need to bring back manufacturing to the United States, what part of that involves building plants in Canada? What kind of incentives do you have to do that? What, like legally, we make a law? Okay, so we push a law and the US is like, okay, well, then you guys don't get fucking F-150s then, right? Like, what, isn't that exactly what would happen? I understand that I'm like, this is a hypothetical and we're kind of brainstorming here, but if you tell the US, you either, if you want to sell your vehicles up here, you have to have a plant that manufactures them up here,
Mhm.
but the US isn't interested in doing any of that because that's just wasted money that could be used to create manufacturing at home. They wouldn't go along with it. There's no reason for them to. It's nice to say that. It's nice to hear your own voice. I get that,
Mhm.
right? I love hearing myself talk. That's why I have this fucking live show and I force you to sit here and listen to me. Um, but I'm not just like overthinking. Like that is what like essentially what happened. Like, there's no what incentive does the U.S. have to create manufacturing up here in Canada?
They don't.
It would be a disincentive. Like, why would you want to pay more for shit when you could just do it at home yourself? I don't like. Oh, okay. Anyways, moving past that little fucking gaff.
Manufacturing in Canada specifically for the auto sector. And third, our counter tariff system for the automotive.
Also, maybe you could explain this to me. When Carney and all these other people say they want to move car manufacturing back to Canada, we don't make any cars. So what do they actually mean when they say that? Because that just gets exported down
Well,
south,
the problem is that we supply, yeah, but Canada is a big supplier of parts and materials.
right?
Right, so we end up selling a lot of parts and materials down to the States. They end up manufacturing the vehicles and then shipping them back up to us. So essentially, what they're saying is, it's the whole argument of bringing industry back to into Canada, bring manufacturing back to Canada. But now you're trying to do it with American companies who in no way would benefit from doing this.
That's the thing. This is too incestuous of a process for you to kind of divorce. Like, this is not. We're too tied up with the Americans to have this be a problem because this just isn't sustainable. Because the auto plants, as we've seen, they've issued major layoffs as a result of these tariffs. They're like, fuck this shit. Why are we paying for this? We'll just, we'll high production in America stateside, and the Canadians will have less production. Like, we're not like there's not going to be a car company that comes out of nowhere in Canada, especially in this business climate right now as it is, to make the the what
I'm
the
sure
fucking
I'm sure we must manufacture some vehicles here. There has to be facilities for that in Canada. I would be very surprised if we made no vehicles in this country.
let's say let's ask this of perplexity then. What percentage of vehicles manufactured in Canada make up of total vehicle sales in Canada, according to latest statistics? I bet it's not much, because I'm sure you're right that it's like it can't just only be parts. Like, I'm sure there has to be some stuff that's coming off the lot. In 2024, 12% of vehicles manufactured in Canada were sold domestically, while 85% were exported to the United States. So yeah, major exporter, sure, but
Yeah.
like, what are you gonna do to make them stop rolling off the lot and going down to Milwaukee or wherever? Okay, interesting point.
I don't know, with these tariffs, it's not like you're going to be selling a whole lot of cars anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and if they do actually get sold, their chances on the off chance that you're ever in Brampton, it's gonna get stolen. So like, what the fuck's the point, anyways? You know what I mean? Like, you might as well just like open the parking lot, and just
Yeah.
like let them come in at this point.
Sector. Three things.
I'd say invest in some good shoes, but they'll steal those too.
Yeah.
Like for the case we just heard.
Well, first of all, three things. All the money from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers. Second, we have a strategic fund for manufacturing in Canada, specifically for the auto sector. And third, our counter tariff system for the automotive sector contains an incentive of $7 billion for the automakers to keep production and workers here in Canada. That's very important. But the reason that we've done all of this is so that we can have strong positions to negotiate with Trump.
So you're gonna pay people off to build factories on this side of the border.
$7 billion to make up for the shortfall that the companies would otherwise be able to make back
Yeah.
home in the US.
It was like the Hershey's chocolate factory or the Caterpillar manufacturing incident when they both moved down to Mexico. The government came around and was like, "We will pay you like stupid amounts of money to keep yourselves here." And both of them were like, "No, because it'll be cheaper to go and move our manufacturing."
Right. So instead of
Except now we're just paying people off to actually build factories here.
Yeah, so instead of actually changing the economic conditions at their root, you're just hoping that a $7 billion
Throwing money at it.
yeah, that a $7 billion band-aid will plug up the leaky hole. Short term, sure, but this problem isn't something that can be solved in the short term. Okay, all right. That's his plan. Okay.
Just to conclude, I think we need to encourage Canadians to buy Canadian made cars. And that's why, as long as there are tariffs, we will scrap the GST on cars and trucks that are built here, mainly built here
That's
in
good
Canada.
because my next
I think the tariff is a good idea. What allows companies to buy and sell more, then yes, I do agree with that approach.
70%.
Mr. Poilievre copied our idea. We announced the GST lifting for Canadian-made cars before him.
Now, there are a lot of things that are in all of your platforms, but we'll come back to that. Now, 70% of Canadians say that they're buying fewer American products. That's a big number.
70% are
I doubt
saying
that.
are
I doubt
saying
that.
are saying 70% of the
Show
people
me
you
those
surveyed.
numbers.
Yeah. 70% of the people that you asked are doing that. And where did you ask them?
What
And
are
who
they
did you
what are
ask?
they buying?
Yeah.
We just came out of winter. We don't have any vegetables or fruits or fucking shit. We don't have wheat. Where's all our bread coming from? What do you mean? We're living off of seal blubber up here and eggs?
It doesn't make any sense without any actual greater context. But anyways, let's move on from that.
Say that they're buying fewer American products. That's a big number. You leaders, could you please name me one made in USA product that you no longer buy?
Okay, cutesy little question. Why not?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Why not? No, you know what? Just fucking run it, dude. It's a fucking circus. Might as well have a laugh.
What the
You know
actual
what?
what the actual fuck? Are you serious?
We are not a real country, dude.
Bro, what the fuck kind of fucking question is that?
Can you imagine? Okay, so here's my thing. From what we've seen so far, could you imagine this being a federal debate in any other country if they were in the same situation as Canada?
I mean, I kind of can just because of how much of a joke politics is, but I get your point that this is a completely non-serious question to ask and has no merit whatsoever. Like, you're just giving a chance for them to say some fucking cartoony softball shit that will do what like, what does this inform Canadians of? Why are we wasting precious airtime on this bullshit when we have record high visits to food banks, when rent is up, everything is up, costs are up, fucking suicide rate is up, crime is like, what the fuck are we talking about here? I get it. Like, fine. Let's have a laugh. But Jesus fucking Christ, like, now of all times, like, you guys have been hyping all this rhetoric about the trade war and what it's going to mean for our relationship to the United States. Carney fucking at one point came out and said that, oh, our relationship with the U.S. is irrevocably changed. Like,
Mm.
you can't say that and then also have something like this happen and then expect people to take, like, this is just, in my opinion, this is just so disrespectful to the people of Canada.
If you walk out of the studio right now, Canada is on fire, and these lads are in here having a joke.
Okay, fine. Let's hear them out. I bet. You know what? Fine. Let's make it funny. What do you bet? I bet the Frenchie's gonna go for
God.
either the maple syrup or the poutine. Carney's already smiling. You can see it in
What do you
his
mean
fucking
maple
little
syrup? Oh,
face.
they stopped buying American maple syrup. Yeah, I bet. You know what? I'll take you up on that. I bet you one of them's gonna say that.
I bet ketchup chips. Ketchup chips is gonna come up. Peanut butter.
Maybe.
Or just ketchup overall. Cereal. Cereal would probably be an easy one.
I feel like Jagmeet Singh is gonna say something fucked up like quinoa.
Probably. All right, let's hear it.
I buy my own strawberries.
So you don't buy strawberries anymore?
Buy
From where?
strawberries, and I do my own
From-
shopping, by the way.
From where,
What
bitch?
products have you not
We
bought
just
from
had a
Carney?
winner.
No more wine, no more alcohol, no more American alcohol.
I do my own shopping, and I cook at home.
And
Lots of products. Fruits, there's a lot of Canadian apples.
So you're making an effort.
Yes, I'm making an effort with apples, other fruit, strawberries.
Strawberries. Everyone is eating a lot of strawberries these days.
give us a brand.
Bring it up because I do my own grocery
I'm in a
shopping,
different
which
position.
Carney does not.
This is a delicious conversation. It's beef in my case. I buy Canadian beef. It's the best beef in the world. But I never buy American strawberries either.
Organic
Okay.
beef from Quebec
Next
is also
theme.
not bad.
Well, let's share some of that
All
someday.
right. It's very beautiful to see. Our next theme is the cost of living.
Oh boy, another fun stuff.
Hold on, cost of living, and they use the footage of the
Of
fucking
printing money.
hundreds.
Hey man, that's more than I make in a month.
Oh. My God.
That's more than I make in a year right there. Look at
Our
that.
money. Oh, we're having a hard time here. I hope they'll be able to balance the budget and maintain the same quality of services.
Hey, the budget will
Inflation
balance
will-
itself.
I hope they balance the budget and maintain the same quality of Okay.
The
right.
budget will. You remember that?
Yep.
The budget will balance itself. Holy
Yep.
fuck! Did that ever go sideways?
Thanks, Trudeau, for tripling the fucking deficit. Anyways,
Lower taxes. I earn a good salary, but it's hard to pay for groceries, for childcare for our kid, for everything. Education is expensive. Prices keep going up. The middle class is hurting, and for the poor, it's worse. We're retired and we're counting every penny. We're getting poorer. I feel like no one really listens to young people on housing or the cost of living. So what does the future hold for us young people? What does the future
Homelessness
hold
and
for young people?
starvation.
I'll give you a few figures here
sharing a studio apartment with 3 international students.
very briefly. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise, but in Montreal, housing prices have more than doubled over 10 years.
Fuck
Fucking hell.
off.
Fucking hell. I love that they're putting these numbers up.
for
Yeah.
300,000 to 600,000.
This is a layup for Pierre.
Remarkable growth in Toronto and Vancouver as well. So my
Fuck.
question, and you'll have 35 seconds first of all.
Yo, you
35
didn't even
seconds.
You didn't show Ontario? You fucking bastards.
Well, no, you showed
I wanted to
Toronto.
see those numbers.
You showed Toronto.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
35 seconds to respond to this, and they spent like a minute on the fucking strawberry question.
35 seconds.
How can we improve access to housing, for example, for this young woman that we just heard from, Mr. Blanchet?
Clearly, it's through the starting capital and another GST-based policy. There needs to be access to capital for their down payment. My children can't pay for a house. A lot of them have jobs, good jobs. It's essential that we give them a little boost. Using public money, for example, and it's not
Don't fix the housing prices.
and in cutting budgets that we will be able to do so. We need to reduce speculation on house prices. We need to invest in affordable housing, social housing, student housing to give a good price and reduce pressure
Thank you, Mr.
in
Blanchet.
the
Mr.
residences of
35
Canada.
seconds.
I'm with you, with all those who are having a hard time affording their groceries, or young people who can't buy a house. After a decade of liberal inflation, liberal policies have increased the cost of living the most in 40 years. I will cut your taxes for the average worker by 15%. We will scrap the GST on new homes, and we will incentivize municipalities to speed up permits and construction so that young people can once again buy a home and restore the dream of home ownership.
In order to fix this crisis in the cost of living, we need to make sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, and they need to have more Canada in their pockets. So that means a tax cut for the middle class. And our plan is almost $800 per family. Cut the
$800 per family. Per family. $800. Wow. What a generous man. $800. Wow. That's so cool. That's like 8 dozen eggs. Like, the fuck are you talking about? $800? Are you insane?
That's 2 weeks of groceries.
$800 is like summer camp for a month for 2 kids. What? $800?
$800 is
Okay.
nothing in the economy as it stands. Absolutely not.
My mistake. Let's hear him out.
GST on first homes and increase competition. And in Canada, we have dental care, pharmacare, and daycares. We need to protect that, and we need to double new housing construction in Canada with our plan.
Very good. Thank you.
Wait. So we need to protect the healthcare system. We're not going to touch the supply program, but we're going to increase competition and give $800 to families.
I'm sorry, what did this all have to do with the housing market?
Not housing market. It's a cost of
Well-
living. That's the question. It's cost of living, which includes housing. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. So, anyways,
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. When I talk to people and the cost of living comes up, there are two main topics. First, grocery costs.
and
Second,
Rolex
housing
subsidies.
costs for groceries. Major
He's going to
grocery
introduce a new
retailers are
program.
gouging us. We saw this with the price of bread, the price of meat. They drive prices up, and they are gouging the Canadian public. We would put
You mean just like the supply program that you defended not even 15 minutes ago? But anyways, continue.
price caps on essential
At least he's
groceries
talking about the
to
monopoly of
stop corporate
groceries.
landlords
True.
from buying up affordable housing and apartments. We are in it for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. 245,000 housing units were built in 2024. You've all promised to massively accelerate the pace of that construction. The Liberals have said 500,000, the NDP 600,000. Mr. Sting, you're going to start this part of the open debate. Do houses grow on trees?
Dude, how's this girl get fucked, boy?
Bro. Bro.
Fucking roasted by
Do
the
houses?
fucking moderator.
Do houses? Because the first when I heard that number comparison, he's like, the Liberals said 500,000, and you're saying 600,000. It's like that. You just want to say that to one up them? Like, what do you?
Did you shake the tree harder? Like, how did you succeed? How did you accomplish this number?
Let's hear him. Let's hear him.
You're going to start this part of the open debate. Do houses grow on trees?
We have a clear plan for how to make this happen. First, we would not sell off our federal land. We would keep it and we would build affordable housing on it. 100% affordable. We would train Canadian workers to build more homes. We also must keep the affordable housing that we do have. And unfortunately, the two major parties have let rich speculators buy up affordable housing. And now we have no more. That's a major issue. We need to keep our affordable housing and build more housing in general.
A couple of ideas. First of all, I would like to talk for Quebec. There are delays of hundreds of thousands of houses to be built, and we don't have the human resources to do so. But there are initiatives for small housing, for social housing, modular housing, that would allow us to build quicker with fewer resources and cheaper to accommodate as many people as possible. But I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's financial framework, because the Conservatives want to cut. They're going to have to cut spending at some point as well. The Liberals want to cut in revenue but increase expenditure. There's some financial magic that's in there somewhere. I would like to hear their financial framework, or even their electoral platforms.
In a minute,
that would be
the
nice.
costed plan. But Mr. Carney, 500,000 housing units.
And we need to get started so that we can get the housing market working better, with a reduction in bureaucracy at the municipal level and in fees. But we are proposing a new institution, Build Canada Homes, which is going to build affordable homes using lumber from Quebec, using lumber from British Columbia, using Canadian wood, and using new Canadian technologies. We are going to create a new industry.
I got some Canadian wood for you.
So they want government housing?
Yes. I was thinking that like fucking 5 minutes ago when these guys were all fucking talking out their asses.
They want to do really? You want to live in the projects? That's what you want to live
That's
in?
where we're going. Time to go live in the ghetto.
And these modular homes, like, I don't know if people have seen them, but they're not exactly great. Like, what the fuck is that?
It's better than being homeless.
Oh, okay, but I
Yes.
mean, if
Be
that's
thankful you're not homeless, bitch.
yeah, like okay, fine, but like, what the fuck is this? This is like they took out a shipping container and they
And they
hollowed
don't
it
look
out.
that nice. And they're not going to give you that much land. Are you kidding me? Those things are going to be stacked right next to each other.
Yeah,
You're
you
going to
see
be able
those-
to reach into your neighbor's window. There's bars.
There's bars on the window. So, like,
that's fucking awesome. For who? The
yeah.
gardener? Fucking look at this shit. Like,
It comes Canada proof, so you can't fucking get busted
Oh.
into.
fuck.
Modular homes, with bars on the window. That's great.
Welcome to Canada.
Cool. Let's put them on concrete blocks too.
Holy shit.
Anyways,
How can you say 500,000 units? I mean, I could say 800,000, 400,000. Where's it coming from?
You know, if I can have 35 seconds, we need to add funding of $25 billion for the development of affordable homes and $10 billion for.
Mr. Polyev, you haven't costed your
Yes, we will in our platform, which is going to come out in a few days. But Mr. Carney, you're repeating exactly the same promises that Justin Trudeau has been making for 10 years. During the Liberal decade, when you were the economic advisor, the cost of housing has gone up,
of England,
and you inflated the cost of housing then too. You have a terrible record in England for real estate costs there, the real estate prices. The problem is that the Liberals want to build bureaucracy. They want to balloon bureaucracy by creating new departments, new bureaucrats. We don't need more bureaucrats. We need more homes, more new doors on new homes for young families. The reason why housing has become so expensive today is because of taxes and bureaucracy. I will eliminate the GST on new homes. I will incentivize cities to free up land and accelerate permits so that we can build your home.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
Let us talk records. Mr. Polyev, you were
Yes,
a housing
absolutely.
minister. How many homes did you build?
Over 200,000.
I'll tell you, 6. You built 6 homes.
200,000.
6.
Okay, you know what? I've been interested in this for a while. Where does Jagmeet Singh's claim that Pierre, as housing minister, built only 6 houses? Because I find that incredibly hard to believe. Like, where does that actually come from?
Yeah.
His claim comes from a press release in 2024. The statement was part of a broader criticism targeting his housing policies, asserting that his proposed bill, Pierre's, would cut funding for affordable housing initiatives like the Housing Accelerator Fund, potentially eliminating tens of thousands of planned homes in cities such as Vancouver and Toronto. The NDP's critique accuses Pierre of prioritizing corporate interests over public needs, citing his track record as housing minister. Specific examples include the loss of 800,000 affordable homes to corporate developers. So that doesn't mean the housing was lost, it was just shifted to corporate developers. Okay. Zero federal funding for rental construction in over half of Canada's provinces and territories during his tenure. And a dismissive remark by Polyev about a family home in Niagara Falls is a tiny little shack. Okay, but is there any truth to Jagmeet's claim about the 6 houses? Did Pierre only manage to build 6?
The figure of 6 homes. Oh, you just missed it.
Oh, where does it say? Appears to symbolize broader systemic failures rather than a literal construction count. So he just made the number up? Jagmeet Singh's claim stems from a narrow interpretation of data provided by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Here's the breakdown. The figure originates from 2024 parliamentary inquiry, which asked for details on federal funded nonprofit community and cooperative housing units built during Pierre Poilievre's tenure. CMHC's response stated that 6 nonprofit community housing units were completed in Quebec during that period under programs administered exclusively by the federal agency. Right. But it omits 3,742 nonprofit and 506 cooperative units built through federal provincial partnerships, as these were classified under provincial jurisdiction despite federal funding. In 2015, Statistics Canada reported 194,000 total housing completions, but these were primarily market driven and not tied to federal affordable housing initiatives. Right. So these were privately developed. So Pierre can't take credit for the 200,000. You know, maybe he can take credit for like somehow incentivizing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Think about it. Is the fact that they're like complaining about him that they're not governmentally funded, like those what was it? Those other homes you were talking
The
about
modular
earlier
homes?
ended up ended up being privately
constructed as well. Maybe Pierre wasn't given the budget,
Well, whatever
so he
the
had to sell
reasoning,
them off to private companies.
well, whatever the reasoning is, clearly more than 6 homes were built in Canada
Yeah,
during
no,
that
that's
time.
that's just bullshit.
It's just like the semantic argument is like, well, how much of it was actually due to the policies that Pierre and his government pushed for versus how many were just built by the market, and how do you even account for that? There's not really a box that construction companies can kind of tick off and say this is the reason for us building this. It's just they build it and then that's it.
Yeah.
So Jagmeet is lying, and Pierre is also being slightly disingenuous by saying that 200,000 were built. Not that he built them, but that's roughly the amount of housing that was built.
He claims responsibility for them.
Yeah. So neither of them is attributing true responsibility for either of those numbers, but I would say at least Pierre's number is more honest than Jagmeet's, because Jagmeet literally says
Because
6.
Jagmeet just made it up.
Yeah. Well, it's made up, but it is based on the CMHC's, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's response to the inquiry, which stated that
Mm.
6 nonprofit slash community housing units were completed in Quebec during that period under programs administered exclusively by the federal agency. So they're looking only at the housing that's administered by the federal agency and nothing else, because here it says it admitted 3,742 nonprofit and 506 cooperative units built through federal provincial partnerships, not only through the federal agency. So that's the truth right there. That little part, the 3,700 and the 500 here. So 4.2K homes and units were built through the partnership in that time. But Pierre is taking credit for the private market. Jagmeet is blaming him for failing on the federal policy. I mean, there's not really a clear winner here, but Jagmeet is like literally like he's a fucking liar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand.
200,000.
We cannot believe what
You
you're
asked the
saying.
question, can I
We
answer
cannot
it?
believe Mr. Polyev. He only built 6 homes when
200,000.
he was in power.
Can I,
can't
answer?
We know the answer.
Can
It's
I
6.
answer? It was 200,000 that year, and the cost of the average home was $450,000. So thanks very
Okay,
much
Mr.
for
Singh, to
reminding everyone of
conclude.
my record. It was a good record.
During the 10 years the Conservatives were in power, rent doubled, housing costs doubled. And then, when the Liberals came in, they doubled again. Unfortunately, Mr. Carney benefited from the housing crisis when he was the board chair at
Let's see if his claim is right about the housing cost. Did housing costs housing is it construction? Like what cost is it? The construction, the ownership, let's just say housing costs.
Housing prices?
Did housing prices double during Harper's time in government? Between 2006 and 2015. Housing prices in Canada did not double nationally during Stephen Harper's time in office. While some regional markets saw significant increases, the national average home price rose by approximately 35%. Okay. Right, but it didn't double.
That's not double.
Yeah, in contrast, under Justin Trudeau's time, HPI or housing price index growth accelerated to 13.2% annually, which contributed to an 80% national price increase by 2025. So, okay, sure, it uncomfortably increased under Harper, but it did not astronomically fucking raped in the ass, rise under like how it did on Trudeau. Detached home prices surged 200% under Harper, from 600,000 to 1.8 million. Toronto prices rose from 450 to 1.2 million during Harper's term, though this reflects local market dynamics rather than national trends. Right, because Toronto and Vancouver
Okay.
they're anomalies. They're not representative of the entirety of Canada.
Yeah. Read the next thing.
Yeah, annual prices increase under Harper averaged 25,000, requiring households to save 2,500 yearly for down payments. By comparison, Trudeau's term saw an annual increase of 83,000. Right. So I'm not saying,
they don't mention the fucking down payments.
yeah, like I'm not saying that Harper is spotless, but just
No,
comparing these two, it doesn't seem like it's a fair
not the same.
comparison. Okay, all right. Let's keep listening to this fucking guy.
Brookfield Investments. His company benefited from the housing crisis by buying up affordable buildings and tripling rents.
Mr. Carney.
Okay, Mr. Poilievre's approach is everyone for themselves. In the COVID crisis, he said, okay, let's cut taxes, let's cut bureaucracy. This crisis, now that we're facing, the greatest crisis of our lives, he's saying, cut taxes, cut bureaucracy. In a crisis, you have to do that to a certain point, but you have to act as a government. And if I may, you need to have capital.
He's just talking about acting.
Investment, and with a small amount of catalyzing investment from the government of Canada, we can create huge private investment and a new Canadian industry.
Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Wait, under what?
From the government of Canada, you need to have capital to catalyze investment, and with a small amount of catalyzing investment from the government of Canada, we can.
Small.
So first of all, he goes.
He's right. First of all, he agrees with him.
Well, oh, of course. To make he basically said to make change, you have to have money.
Great.
Thanks. Where's that money come from?
And he agreed with him. He said that yes, you need to do tax cuts, but they need to be small. It's like, okay, so you said that he's
You're
wrong,
agreeing
but
with
then you agree with him. But okay.
Can create huge private investment and a new Canadian industry.
Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Another proposal that I find interesting is to allow parents who have money in savings for their retirement to take the money temporarily to help for their kids' down payment.
Oh, you're an idiot.
That's not $500 billion that will be required. These are not civil servants that will be fired. This is a logical decision made by parents like myself who want to help their kids without money from the state, with a tax measure that helps retirees who want to help their children. Would that not be...
My parents aren't retired yet, so yeah, we have to wait till our parents retire to buy a house.
Is he saying that he's proposing a national program where people can take money out of their pension to help their kids get a down payment on a house? Is that what he's saying? Let me hear that again.
To some degree, maybe.
And a new Canadian industry.
Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Another proposal that I find interesting is to allow parents who have money in savings for their retirement to take...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's saying. So, okay, so who's going to pay that money back? Isn't that just kind of passing the buck down?
But it's not even that. You're saying parents who have money for their pension.
Right. So they're gonna.
What about parents who don't have money for their pension?
Well, number one, but number two, who's going to replace that money that you take from your pension to then put into your kids' homes?
The government. That's what he's saying, anyways. That's why he says you can take the money out temporarily.
Right. No, I understand that, but like we're talking, if this is actually implemented, the down payments on a house right now are already astronomically huge.
Oh yeah.
So
Stupid.
So where is this money gonna come from? You're gonna have if the current tax rate and like all the taxes that we pay into are what they're at right now, and people have like these pensions just waiting and accruing value, how much more do you have to tax people to get that money back once you actually have to pay people their pension. You're essentially asking for them to replace it dollar for dollar.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I'd love to hear an explanation on this.
The money temporarily to help for their kids' down payment. That's not $500 billion that will be required. These are not civil servants that will be fired. This is a logical decision made by parents like myself who want to help their kids without money from the state, with a tax measure that helps.
Without money from the
Without money
state?
from the state. Yeah, see, then he says with a tax measure. You got to let him continue.
Retirees who want to help their children. Would that not be more concrete than programs after programs that are just empty words and for which there's no financial framework?
So instead, you take out the money from your pension and you receive a tax subsidy, which is state money.
Right, there's no part of this where state money isn't involved because you're taking
I don't know what he's fucking talking about.
You're taking pensions, which is state money. Technically, it's your money, but once your money gets taxed, it's state money. And that's like you're going to have to pay these people back. That money isn't just going to come from thin air, especially if we don't get industry back to Canada and we don't see any GDP growth over the next
But-
however long.
Yeah, but he's framing it as if it's not involving
Yeah,
like
he's
federal money at all. He's trying to say like, oh, this is a private thing where you as a parent take your own money and put it to your kids, and somehow then you're treated like you get a pat on the head from the government saying good boy. And see, I don't even know where he goes from there,
And
like
he's
without touching money.
And he's also saying that aren't we tired of all these programs? Why don't we have something different? But what you're advocating for
Is a
is a
program.
government program.
Hey guys, I hate programs. You want to hear about my program?
This is just nonsensical.
To that in a
I
minute.
told you, man.
Let's
He's
let Mr. Polyev
he's there to be
speak
the
because we're
jester. I
having
swear to God.
Yes, Mr. Carney.
Mr. Carney, in 2020 and 2021, you said that inflation wouldn't happen and that it would have been a good thing if it did. You were quoted in the media and you even advised Justin Trudeau to print money, and that's what caused our inflationary crisis. You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change. And you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay?
I'm sorry. Did the guy with the Rolex literally just say that he's? Oh, look, he's not wearing one.
I was gonna say, what watch is he wearing?
Yeah.
Wouldn't happen, and that it would have been a good thing if it did. You were quoted in the media and you even advised Justin Trudeau to print money, and that's what caused our inflationary crisis. You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change. And you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
But who's he talking? Who's he talking about? Is he talking about Carney?
He's talking
or-
to Carney. He was looking at Carney, I think.
Yeah,
Or was he waving to?
Carney,
he's looking at the debate.
You don't embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Okay, I can't
I don't
tell.
know. Couldn't
Mr.
tell.
Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is
I'm not Justin Trudeau is about the most true thing that he said all night. He's not. Technically, technically, yeah.
Oh fuck! That's a zinger.
who is going to succeed? Who is going to face Mr. Trump?
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
Dude, this guy's on his own island.
You are all proposing, or just about all of you are proposing tax cuts. We'll see them up on the screen here. Mr. Carney announced that on the first day of the campaign. Mr. Poilievre's been announcing them for a long time. So for a couple earning $90,000 a year, you can see the numbers up here: $1,299 in savings for the Conservatives, $1,011 for the NDP, $577 for the Liberals. And the cost of those measures is really what I want to underline here. Mr. Poilievre, you're spending more on tax cuts than the NDP or Liberals. Now, you've all arrived here this evening with no costed financial plan. It's been a long time since we've seen that at the time of the leaders' debate, the leaders don't have a costed plan. So we don't know how you're going to pay for these tax cuts. Now, I'm going to be careful how I word this, but don't you think it's irresponsible to Canadian voters to do this? Mr. Carney, you said you've got the numbers, but where's your costed plan?
As I've just said, we'll be presenting our costed platform this weekend.
But why not earlier at an event?
There are 10 days left in the election campaign. It's about the same thing as Mr. Poilievre, as I've seen. And it is going to be costed, and the operational budget will be cleaned up. We'll balance it in 3 years. But at the same time, we will be investing in Canada and in Canadians.
Mr. Poilievre, where would you make the cuts? This comes back to my earlier question to Mr. Carney. In terms of the costed plans, what do you have to hide? Will transfers to provinces go down, for example?
We're going to cut consultants. Believe it or not, a Canadian family is spending $1,400 in federal tax just to pay for consultants. That's been a 100% increase. I'm going to cut consultants. Secondly, we're going to...
That's actually not an insignificant amount of money because the total consulting cost under Trudeau's time has ballooned into the hundreds of millions, if not a billion. Let me just look up the actual number.
Oh yeah, he's had a shit ton of consultants.
Like, it's literally hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm pretty sure. Their reliance and spending on consultants is astronomically just ballooned. Survey says... Come on. Come on, burn the trees that you need to get this information faster.
Hey, there's a lot of consultants.
Clearly, Jesus fucking Christ.
Look how many consultants he's had.
Bro, we're on like...
Perplexity's having a hard time.
We're on the 20th step of this.
Dude, you're gonna fry the servers. Holy shit.
I'm gonna need a consultant to figure all this out.
What the...
The Canadian government spent $15 billion on professional and special services contracts in the 2022-2023 year, which is nearly double the $10 billion spent when Liberals took office in 2015. Holy shit. McKinsey received $66 million in federal contracts from 2015 to 2022, compared to $2 million in their last Conservative government. Spending peaked at $17.7 billion in 2022, with an annual increase averaging 23% in recent years. The Department of National Defense accounted for the largest share of $4.4 billion.
They needed consultants what to figure out to do with the convoy in 2022.
Okay. Wow, that's insane. And cutting that would actually help a lot. He's absolutely right about this.
To cut the cost of bureaucracy through attrition. People will be retiring, and we don't need to replace all of them. We can slowly, gradually reduce the cost of the bureaucracy.
Talking about shrinking government?
To pass a dollar for dollar bill. For every new dollar in spending, there will have to be a dollar in reduced spending. And we are going to generate $70 billion more in revenues.
Mr. Carney don't have a costed plan that we've seen.
We are the only party that has talked about ways to increase government revenues. We have talked about closing tax loopholes, getting rid of tax havens, empowering the CRA to go after corporations that are not paying their taxes. These are not tax increases. These are taxes that are already supposed to be paid. The CRA has said that tens of billions of dollars in revenues are being lost. Pierre Poilievre has been very honest with Canadians. He will cut. He will cut
Not
healthcare.
true. No,
He will
not true.
cut
That's false.
EI. He said
That's
Wrong.
back in 2022 when he became leader of the Conservative
true.
Party.
That's false.
And Mark Carney has also said very clearly that he would make massive
no.
cuts.
No.
He would cut $43 billion worth
For
of
the first
spending.
time.
Mr.
No.
Carney, then Mr. Blanchet.
No, that's not right at all. I've said there is an operational budget that's over $200 billion a year. And that budget has grown 9% year over year over the last 10 years. We need to
That's your party's fault, bro.
slow down that growth. And we'll do that with technology. We'll do that with attrition, as Mr. Poilievre has suggested. And we can do that, and we will do that. And it's necessary. But
Dude.
we're not going to cut transfers to individuals, nor transfers to the provinces.
So the provinces will not get less money. Mr. Blanchet, is that what you believe?
Well, I've an issue with this. These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of logic to make it work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives. Basic economics state that when there's a threat of recession or slowdown, that is when the state, well, that's why we're not saying cut taxes. We're saying make good investments. We want to invest in our military forces. It's the time to do so with Canadian companies, the Quebec Tramway that Mr. Poilievre doesn't want to do. That's what we have to do. We have to have targeted investments, health transfers so that the Maisonneuve-Rosemont Hospital can be
We'll do that.
renovated. It's time to invest in infrastructure, public infrastructure with public money so that everyone can keep their jobs.
So no tax cuts.
No, it wouldn't be a tax cut. There would be a specific budget for
It's
it.
necessary.
We have to keep.
Where's
going.
your
They wanna do one
money
thing or
coming
another.
from, Magic
Cut,
Man?
Somehow make more money. Something doesn't work.
We've started with the cost of living. We
Did he
have
just
to
say
cut
he's
down
going to
the cost of
increase
living.
taxes?
Mr. Blanchet said is true. You were talking
Of course
about
they are.
a magic spell here, Mr. Carney.
Bloc to Quebecois wants to
Because we
raise
share money, we
taxes.
agree. On February 16th, you sat down with Rosemary Barton and you said that you would cut spending in
Yes,
the operating budget.
operational spending. That's
You
different.
said
One at a time, please.
that this would affect transfers for
No.
healthcare and to individuals.
Mr. Roy, no,
I have a question.
that's not right at all. That's not right at all.
Please, Mr. Carney, you'll have the opportunity to answer later. The question that people are asking themselves, and you may have heard this, Mr. Singh, you've promised that every Canadian will have a family doctor, that there will be vastly more nurses.
You see the void in his eyes?
Federal government, there will be. You've promised that every.
The reality of his promises are hitting him really hard right now. He's like, did I say that?
I'd
Did I
love to
say
hear
all that
this.
shit?
Canadian will have a family doctor, that there will be vastly
Doesn't
more
even fucking
nurses.
blink.
Does the federal government need to continue developing more national plans like pharmacare and dental care? Or option two, should they be giving more money to the provinces for healthcare? Mr. Carney, you'll start off. More programs or more money
First
for
of all,
programs?
the priority for the federal government is to invest and to catalyze investment in the most serious crisis we're facing in our lives. We need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare, yes, there are limits to the federal government's activity. No,
So no new
programs.
programs.
No.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's easy. All premiers from the provinces and territories unanimously asked for a 35% health transfer. I would like to re-explain it. The federal government receives more money than it needs. It needs $10, it gets 12. Quebec needs $10, but it only gets 8. So the federal government could take its surplus and say, I would like to invest in your jurisdictions. The Liberals and the Conservatives agree on this, and the NDP loves butting its nose into provincial jurisdiction. The Constitution sets out jurisdictions. The
All right.
easiest way is to give the money
Mr.
without
Singh?
conditions.
You've said that we do need to step in, that we need to have more programs like this.
Let me explain. Absolutely, we need to increase health transfers. Absolutely, in order to help out the provinces. What is more, we are now in the midst of a crisis, a healthcare crisis. It is being felt here in Quebec and all throughout the country. We should recognize that a leader is someone who looks for solutions, not excuses.
Right, just like how you propped up the Liberal government just so that they could get your dental plan passed,
Mm.
and you helped facilitate the crisis that we're in. But continue.
I believe that we should be investing more in fixing problems. And yes, we can work with the provinces to hire more healthcare workers. We can work with them to get through this crisis. Pharmacare is one area where everyone can come together to bring down the cost of medication. We believe in helping people.
Deciding Quebec's priorities isn't your jurisdiction. I don't go
This
to
is
your house and
something
tell
that
you
will
how to
help
pay your
out
wall, do
everyone.
I? It's money that you would refuse to give Quebec.
We can do two things at
Mr.
once. We
Poilievre?
can transfer money and then work with the provinces on other solutions.
Mr. Poilievre, more money to the provinces or more federal programs?
I think the federal government is taking too much tax revenues and delivering too little. And that's the Liberal track record after 10 years. And the question for Canadians is, you can't afford your groceries and you can't afford your rent or your housing because it's too expensive now after 3 terms of liberal government. Will a 4th Liberal term change things for you enough for you to be able to buy a house and have a beautiful life?
Okay, for the
With all due respect to everyone on the stage, that is probably the most like coherent thing that I've heard thus far. Because Jagmeet can't make that argument. He helped prop up the government, and it is undeniably true that under these 3 terms, our quality of life has uh, not only stagnated but gone downhill. And at least Pierre is a chance to do something different. Whatever you may think of him, that's really like that's his strength. That's his main thing. It's like, look, at least we're not fucking those guys. And those guys were propped up by the NDP, so fuck the NDP and Quebecois just want Quebecois. So, you know, who are you really left with?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's the most coherent thing. 'Cause nothing that Carney says, like regardless of how I feel about him personally, like you have been his advisor for 5 years since 2020, Trudeau's
Mhm.
advisor, and now you're telling me that just because you're in the party, now you guys are going to completely shift gears, even though you've been arguing for this stuff and you said as much in your book of what you plan to do, and it's really actually in line with what the Liberals have been doing thus far. Like you're telling me that you're going to take a completely different
Makes sense to me.
turn, like okay, all right.
We're the
Anyways,
good guys now.
and we're just supposed to believe him on that. Like, okay, that's
Mm.
that's a lot of faith that you're asking Canadians to take and hope that you're different. I mean, I'm not surprised then that a good chunk of their campaign is making Pierre sound like Trump because I think it was Ben Shapiro that said this. He's like, a good chunk of federal elections is making it harder to vote for the other guy and making easier to vote for you by any cost and means necessary. So if you
Yeah.
label the other guy as toxic and Trump and Hitler and all that, well, you're making it easier to vote on yourself regardless of your policies because hey, at least I'm not Hitler.
Yeah.
But Pierre is doing the same thing by saying, well, at least I'm not the liberals. And at least from my perspective, that seems a lot more of a convincing argument than the liberal side.
Well, yeah, because there's a history, there's a track record to it, right?
Yeah.
I can look back and look at the numbers and be like, look what they fucking did. You can't look at somebody and be like, he's like Hitler and go, it's like, go ahead, prove it. Like,
Literally, like, has not been in any capacity in any way, shape, or form
Yeah.
embracing that. Like, except like some major media stories that you guys have tried to really push on him. But like, conservative staffers are not sneaking into Canadian campaigns and putting buttons on tables and trying to link people to like a negative political candidate elsewhere. But the Liberals did that. So,
Or
all right.
vandalizing roadside posters, campaign posters.
Yeah, drawing fucking swastikas on conservative posters. But okay, all right.
Health program, I didn't
On
understand.
healthcare, no. What I propose on that is a program that the federal government could coordinate, and that is to do with licenses for doctors and nurses. It would be a voluntary program, as has previously existed, to allow immigrants to be licensed and be able to work in our hospitals to reduce your wait times.
So everyone agrees on health transfer. The question is, the 13 premiers of the 13 economies of Canada. Canada doesn't have one economy, it has 13 economies. These requests were made to stop the deterioration
Very good.
of the healthcare system.
Next theme. Energy and climate.
Oh boy.
This should be good.
The carbon tax was something that was supposed to help the environment, but now, what are we doing for the environment? It worries me a bit. Our planet is starting to die. I really want to see someone who can prioritize climate change and planet is starting.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm supposed to fucking believe this bitch
I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna be like, we're taking fucking advice from her.
from fucking
Okay.
mullet head. Our
All right.
planet is dying. Really?
Planet
Are you
is dying.
serious?
All right, Anna Marie.
Have you seen the coral reefs? The coral reefs are exploding. They're exploding precisely because of the carbon in our atmosphere, because they're fucking sucking it up, and they're growing. They're booming. Like the coral reef was in Australia, or near Australia was dying, and now they're having a massive resurgence. Bees are coming back. Like I don't know if you
Hey,
heard about this.
we just took the dire wolf out of extinction.
Yeah. Like what?
Starting to die. I really want to see someone who can prioritize climate change.
And what do you mean die? Like what part of the planet? Like that's such a.
I don't know. It's just such a general statement.
I understand that that's like a great talking point at fucking cocktail parties, but what are you talking about dying? Like what? What part of our planet is dying?
And the economy in Canada.
My soul slowly every day.
The environmental consequences are very serious. Even if for ecological reasons it's not the best solution. Well, I think we have to think about it. There was a good project in place, but then it was dropped. A pipeline would have a major impact. We may have to make sacrifices if we want to be more independent. Drill, baby, drill, says Donald Trump. But I have a very simple question for you, and I would like just a simple answer as well. You have 35 seconds open debate. Do you want Canada to increase oil production? Yes or no? Mr. Singh.
I would be in favor of investing in clean energy, renewable energy. With our public money, I would spend on projects like an east-west clean energy grid. That's the sort of thing we need. We need renewable energy for our future. That is where we should invest our public funds.
You mean like solar energy, which is useless for like 40% of the year, if not more, because
and
Canada
highly inefficient.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean by clean energy?
You mean like wind farms that kill tens of thousands of birds, migratory birds?
And the resources to build these clean energy technologies you need to get from conflict mineral countries where cobalt and titanium and God knows what else is mined by poor Africans with their hands with the babies on their backs, as we've seen in the Congo. What do you mean clean energy? I would buy his words more if he was like, yeah, we need to have clean coal.
Or nuclear.
Yeah. Did he say nuclear at all?
So
nope.
More or less oil or the same amount as right now? You want to increase it? That's what people want to know. Are you increasing oil production?
There are a few measures that I support.
Oh, what a non-answer.
Investing in clean energy, bringing down
We'll
our
get to that
emissions.
in the open debate later. But the question is
Yes,
very
I
simple, I
understand.
think, Mr. Carney.
Yes.
So no answer.
More
No answer.
oil so that we can reduce our imports, especially our imports from the United States, a country that is threatening us right now.
That was the slam dunk. Jack B could have just said that. Like, okay.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, we need to have low risk oil. Canada is a low risk country, and low cost oil. Canada's more or less that right now, but we also need low carbon oil because we need to be competitive over the long term. So
Low carbon oil, is that
What
like
the fuck does that even mean?
does that mean you'll have like diet pumps?
Diet pumps. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna go to the gas station. It's gonna be 50-50 gas.
50-50 gas.
Like what do you
It's-
mean? What are you mixing it? Water?
Yeah,
What?
I was gonna say
Like,
diluted
You're
with
gonna
water.
blow up my car. What do you mean? That's not how this works. The fuck is 50-50 gas? Are you gonna put a small nuclear reactor in my car now? Is that how the Canadians are gonna build cars?
Okay.
Carbon free what?
Low carbon oil?
Low carbon bruh. I need some of that low carbon oil, dude. This is intense.
Oh, is that what goes in the carburetor? Is that what that is?
Low carbon oil.
Low
What
carbon
the
oil.
fuck?
now, but we also need low carbon oil because we need to be competitive over the long term. So at the same time, we need to have.
What do you even mean be competitive over the long
lines.
term with low
We
carbon
need to
oil?
invest in carbon stockage, carbon capture as well. That's very important
We'll
for our
get back to that
competitiveness.
later. Mr. Polyev.
Carbon capture? You mean fucking plant trees,
carbon.
dude?
He's fucking touching on the climate thing with the fucking crazy Anna Marie from Alberta.
Right, no, I get it.
Um,
But like all this like capture carbon shit, like that's actually like that's really bad. Like if we overdo it because we need a certain amount of carbon in our atmosphere, and if we don't get it, well, global cooling is a lot worse than global warming because at least global warming you can install an air conditioner. Global cooling, fucking crops die and grandma
Ice
freezes.
Age.
Like, and you can't fucking grow your precious
The
fucking
polar bears
strawberries.
win. Like
Yeah.
your precious strawberries.
Yeah, well,
Get them Canadian oranges, dude.
bro, they're
You know
gonna
what
be
I love? You know what I love?
biting
Them
into
Canadian avocados.
biting into a
They're
green
so
orange.
good. You know that avocado toast you fucks eat? Guess where that avocado comes from?
Oh, okay.
Should we produce more oil in Canada?
Yes. And we have to be able to get it to market by pipeline. Unfortunately, the other parties passed an unconstitutional law, C-69, which is a no more pipelines bill. And that's why Canadians and Quebecers now have to buy 139,000 barrels of U.S. oil every day. I will repeal C-69 to allow for the construction of hydroelectric projects, mines, and also pipelines so that we can get around Donald Trump
Mr.
and
Blanchet.
be sovereign when it comes to energy.
There's a competition as to who will be the biggest oil head here. The Americans buy our oil, we buy their oil, because that's how geography works. I want less oil.
Thanks, boss.
But let's us be clear. The one that approved 9B for Enbridge was me when I was the environment minister, but I say that we have to progressively wean off of petrol and oil because the cost on families will be far worse than what Mr. Polyev says. Paying for the consequences of climate change will cost billions of dollars every single year per family. Let us invest in
Thank you,
Quebec's
Mr.
green
Blanchet.
energy.
I'd like to ask a question to launch the debate. Mr. Carney, for 17 years now, the Liberals have been telling us that the only way to fight against climate change is to put a price on carbon with the carbon tax. There was elections on this. But the first day you came to power, you abolished this tax. What should Canadians understand from this? Is the fight against climate change no longer a priority for Liberals?
Not at all. It is still a priority, and it's a priority for Canada. We're talking a lot about diversifying our trade partners around the world. The European Union. We need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in manufacturing and energy in all of our products so that we can have better access to that market. But in terms of the carbon tax, we cut the consumer carbon tax. And that covers about 6% of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We are maintaining the industrial carbon tax for big polluters, but we're creating a new market so that major polluters will pay people and households to make green decisions.
You would axe the second carbon tax as well, the industrial.
You know what? You know what kind of green decisions I make on a daily basis is when I look at the small amount of green that I have in my bank account, and then I buy the cheapest thing that I can buy and still live. That's my kind of green decision. I don't know about you.
That's so true. What's the whole thing about buying American or Canadian? Bitch, can I afford it? Is the first question, and the only question that matters to me. I was gonna say, the biggest I get around to wondering about, like my environmental footprint is how far is this tank of gas gonna get me if I travel at 120 down the highway?
Yeah, the span of my green decisions
Again,
is
it has
like,
nothing to do with the environment and everything to do with my wallet.
yeah, like the amount of green decisions that I make is the every time that I have to buy more fucking compost bags. Like, what green decisions are you talking about? I don't. I really don't understand. The liberals tried to take fucking plastic bags away from us for a hot second there, and like plastic straws and shit. Like, do we all just kind of forget about that? Like,
They
for
did take
what?
away plastic bags
No, no, but like they
from a
still.
lot of places.
Oh, right, yeah, they still don't have them, even though
Oh
they
yeah,
repealed
no, they
that.
still don't have them.
Yeah, they made those stupid fucking quote unquote reusable ones that you can buy for like $1 or something, which are still
Yeah, so
made out of a
now that's it.
plastic,
Now you have to.
but they're still
Remember, you
made
used
out
to
of
go to a
plastic.
self checkout and they used to have like a bunch of stacks of the plastic bags.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I
still
don't have
have
those
them.
anymore.
Yeah.
No, they
No, no.
don't.
Oh, not the plastic, but you mean like the reusable ones. Yeah, yeah,
Well, yeah, the reusable ones. Yeah,
yeah. But
like
if I go to a
those didn't used to be a thing.
but if I go to a Chinese grocer, they got plastic bags, no problem.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like independent stores don't fucking give a shit. They'll give you a plastic bag.
Oh,
Yeah,
sick.
yeah,
Oh yeah, no, I know that. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Real tax, you would eliminate both. Eliminate both. So there's not even a fight against climate change or no incentive except
That's not true.
less gas.
There's a cost associated with using energy already, but my approach is a pragmatic one. For example, the National Bank calculated that if we export our natural gas, our liquefied natural gas, to India, for example, to replace coal, that could reduce emissions in India by 2.5 billion tons. That's 3 times the emissions of all of Canada, and would also bring a lot of money back to Canada. The Liberals are blocking the
shit.
construction of the pipeline.
It's true. Like this one thing that's missed in environmental policy because it's not really all as sexy to talk about is the fact that we can do whatever we want to fucking clean up our act, but that's not going to stop China, India, Indonesia, and any other fucking country. Well, China's developed, but any other developing country
yeah.
that is not considered first world from using these fuels because they don't have as many funds. So you still have people fucking burning wood and dung and God knows what else as fuel. And the only way to actually get these people off these fossil fuels and into renewables is to make fossil fuels much cheaper so that development in their country increases and so that they are able to build better schools and have and more informed citizenry and so that they can actually begin creating more people or creating a pipeline to get more people through their system that can actually make stuff or discoveries or like make new discoveries that are enabling that nation to move forward with renewable
To
energy.
progress, yeah.
Exactly, because if you just force people to have fucking solar panels, like, that's not like, at what cost? Like, they're not just
No,
gonna
but it's
adopt it
yeah,
overnight.
yeah. No, but what I was saying was there's a hell of a clapback to the question because he's being asked basically, you're saying big yes to pipelines, which is an increase in oil production. So how do you have your oil and please the environmentalists at the same time?
By making sure they're not
And it
burning
and it was
shit.
a great response by saying no. Well, you know, but yes, but you understand that like I never typically saw like our interactions with um other nations as like a highly important environmental thing. But that's a good it's a good answer to give and a good workaround because not only like he said are we cleaning up the environment for 3 times over what Canada produces or 2 times whatever Canada produces, but like you said, we're also helping a developing nation or like further develop and then the biggest nation on the friggin' planet or one of the biggest nations on the planet and at the same time making money while we're at it.
Yeah, there's literally
Like
there's
there's no downside to what he just said.
yeah, and also I would imagine that creating a trade deal like that with India or whomever is gonna make it less likely that that nation then turns around and buys the exact same resources from a country like China or Russia,
Or Russia.
which
Yeah.
then further cements our geopolitical allies and relationships.
Yeah, what the fuck? There's
And
yeah.
and this is not done to appease some fucking Anna Marie twisty haired fucking colored hair looking ass environmentalists. Like what?
Yeah.
The
It just
LNG
works.
plants. For example, LNG Quebec is a project that would make it possible for us to sell our energy very profitably to Europe and reduce Europe's dependence on Putin. And that's what I would like to do instead of feeding
Mr.
into
Blanchet,
Putin's war machine.
Mr. Carney's abolition of the carbon tax means that Canadians outside of Quebec will receive a rebate for several weeks still for a tax that has been cut. So this puts Quebec in an unjust position. What are you asking in this respect?
Another element, it might give Mr. Carney's an opportunity to answer. Last year, Canada invested $30 billion in oil. Trans Mountain cost $40 billion. It took 9 years to build it. That means that with only just these elements, that's $16 billion of Quebec money that was invested in oil. Do you want a great energy worksite? It's Quebec's green worksite. So let's invest there. With regards to the $3.7 billion, the government would preemptively reimburse the tax carbon. Now the carbon tax. Now they've cancelled the carbon tax before the elections, but they're still sending reimbursements for expenditures that people won't have to do because the carbon tax no longer exists. Quebec is responsible and still has a cap and trade system like California. We're being penalized. We're taking $800 million out of Quebecers' pockets. That's $100 per person, including newborn babies, $800 from everyone's pockets. $100 from everyone's pockets to offer electoral baubles just before an election.
Is there not an injustice there?
It's not an injustice. Quebec is a pioneer in carbon markets, and that's clear. First point. And the second point, Canadians outside of Quebec and British Columbia have paid the carbon tax, and as such, they receive the carbon rebate, and all Canadians, including Quebecers, will receive the middle class tax cut. Because we have what we've done, there's a principle here. There's an important principle here.
Yes, you're going to speak in a moment. Just in terms of clarity for those who are listening to us, what reimbursement are you talking about?
The The rebate. No, not in Quebec. No, not in Quebec.
But
No, but
Quebec
there's a
gas
principle.
prices are higher.
There's a principle here. We are making people whole, people who paid the carbon tax. And we're doing that in a fair way.
Europe, Quebec, and California has a system that incentivizes companies to
We've
reduce
also-
their greenhouse gas emissions. It's about 9 cents per liter. And
Mr.
it's much
Singh.
cheaper than the potential effects and the future effects of climate
Just to
change.
get back to the debate topic, we are talking
The potential effects of climate change. Potential. The potential effects.
Yeah.
Let's just gloss over that though.
about the climate crisis here. That is not something that is a long way off. This is something going on right now. We are already in the midst of the climate crisis. We have seen it here in Quebec. Extreme temperatures, forest fires, flooding. I agree with Mr. Blanchet that it is too high a cost to bear, so we need to do something. I spoke with one mother before I became a father, and she said, I'm worried about my children when they play outside. I'm worried about the BC forest fires. Our children cannot breathe the air outside. And now that I am a father, I feel the same anxiety. With forest fires, people cannot breathe the air. So we need to do something. We need to protect our environment, and we need to protect our children.
Mr. Poilievre, you're clear. You're saying that we need a pipeline. If, in spite of all of your efforts with the Indigenous nations, they say no, would you impose it in spite of all of your efforts? If Quebec says no, would you impose it?
Well, first of all, you shouldn't assume that because most Quebecers want a pipeline. According to the polls, look, there's no social acceptability for the status quo. Thank you very much.
That is the most empty
I
sentence
speak?
I've ever heard in this debate
Can
so
I answer
far.
the question?
No, it's nonsense, absolute nonsense.
I'll say what it means. I'll tell you. Quebecers who buy oil from Alberta, it's got to go through the U.S. currently, which gives Donald Trump power over our own energy. You say you're in favor of sovereignty. I'm in favor of economic sovereignty and energy sovereignty, and that requires a
It's
pipeline
yet
across
another
Canada.
scarecrow. The US will never bomb their economy so much by sacrificing a
You never
hugely
know.
profitable product. That's such an amazing argument. How much will your pipeline cost? Trans Mountain cost $40 billion, but now you want a 4,600 kilometer pipeline without investors, with Europe that doesn't even
Mr.
want it in the
Poilievre and
first
then Mr.
place.
Just to clarify, I would never subsidize pipelines. That's unnecessary. They're very profitable. The only reason why it's expensive now is because there are rules and legislation that prevent the construction of pipelines because of bureaucracy. We're going to get rid of red tape. We're going to open this up to
I'll ask my question
Environmental
again.
protections, cutting environmental regulations.
If Indigenous nations, in spite of all your nice efforts, I'm talking about Mr. Carney and you who want a pipeline, if they refuse, what do you do?
refuse. Are you saying across the board?
Yes, we've seen this.
Because
He can't say that. He doesn't get to impose his will.
Mr. Poilievre, if there are Indigenous nations or provinces that are against it, what do you do?
well, there are others who will be in favor. For example, Mr. Carney opposed a pipeline in the West, which would have enabled us to sell our oil to Asia, the Northern Gateway project. 80% of First Nations were in favor, 20% were against. And in a case like that, I think the majority rules. And I think we need to allow our companies to pay some of their taxes directly to First Nations to fight poverty through industry
Mr.
and
Carney.
production. That's our approach.
Would you be ready to impose one?
No, never impose. Can I respond, please? Never impose. No, but a couple of points. First of all, Our relationship with the United States has changed everything. So, imports from the United States and geography, as Mr. Poilievre has said, around pipelines, those are problems. Those are national security problems for us, and we need to act. That's the first point. Second, on March 21st, there was a meeting of the premiers. All the premiers were here in Ottawa, and we sat down and we agreed. All the premiers signed an agreement to have an energy corridor that would cover oil, natural gas, clean energy, and critical minerals.
And diet oil.
And with that, and with a process with
Low
Indigenous
carbon.
leaders, we can and we could have a solution to this problem. And that's an example of leadership. That's an example of bringing leaders together to meet a national goal. We need to do more than that over this crisis.
I'll ask the question again. If ever Indigenous nations
No, I've said no.
against
I've said
it,
no.
you forget the project?
Well, no.
You cannot force projects on people.
Listen, it's a question.
I have another question about the environment. Here's the question.
This is a stupid question.
I was gonna say that this is a really stupid question because, like, oh, what? First of all, it's a what if. It's a hypothetical.
What would you do if they said no? I'd put a gun to their head and make them. What the fuck kind of answer do you want from me? I would sit them at a table and convince them. Like what?
Yeah, like if we're doing hypothetical questions, can we also do hypothetical
What's the
answers?
right answer here?
I don't think there is one. Like besides saying that we'll invest in, okay, if they don't do that, then we'll invest in alternative energy. Like I don't. Like what? And is this hypothetical based on truth? Like the interviewer or the moderator said, "Oh well, yeah, this has happened before." It's like, okay, but can you name this specific incident and exactly what happened? Because Pierre Poilievre also just said that in one incident that 80% of them said yes and 20% said no. So
So
like
clearly,
what?
this is a non-issue.
It just
Whatever,
yeah.
this is a stupid question.
Pierre makes it look like a non-issue, but the moderator looks like makes it look like it's a really big issue. So like which one is it? I'm having a really hard time understanding. This is a really bad question.
Do you agree that it is not pragmatic to continue to subsidize oil companies with billions of dollars? That's not pragmatic at all. Would you agree?
Well, I agree with that principle.
Okay, then will you commit to stopping these subsidies?
Absolutely. It's clear.
This is why you need New Democrats. Look at that. We
No,
got a commitment
but
from
it's
Mr.
not
Carney.
new. It's not a new commitment.
This is why you need New
That's not a
Democrats.
new commitment. Let's be very clear.
Mid-February, British Columbia. You, like all other Canadian leaders, said something in English that was, if necessary, you would use the executive emergency powers. You said it. I heard it again yesterday. You would force pipelines through Canada and through Quebec.
No.
After that,
No,
2
no,
days
no.
after that, with
No.
Mr. Roy.
That's not it. That's not it at all. No.
Please be nice, we're almost friends. But then you said to Monsieur Roy, I would never like to force this. So it's not rules that stop this, it's social acceptability that stopped this pipeline because people said no.
Mr. Carney, please reply.
Okay, no. It's the use of emergency powers for the federal government. That's for federal approval. But there also has to be approval, for example, here in Quebec. There has to be approval from the provinces and the support of Indigenous people. This is Canada. That's how Canada works. But another point, if I may, we're starting to see cooperation agreements come into place with the provinces to have one project, one evaluation, and that's going to accelerate the approval of major projects in Canada.
One thing I want to point out, just as a little side note, we are how long are we into this? We are 3:13. So we're an hour into this debate. Not a single mention of COVID. Not a single mention of COVID and having hearings or any kind of accountability regarding what the government did during COVID. Like this is the first post-COVID election that we've had, and
Mhm.
nobody is saying anything. There's no questions raised about it. Absolutely nothing. No mention of it. I find that to
Yeah,
be a
very
little.
true.
I find that to be very queer, if I may use that word correctly.
You did.
It's very, very queer.
Mr. Blanchet, you said that I have a greater chance of signing the Canadian Constitution than approving a pipeline. But how could you really paint yourself in such a corner and say never ever? If our relationship with the U.S. gets worse, the
Thank you.
pipeline goes to the
Fucking
United
grill this
States.
guy.
If our ports become trickier in terms of imports, what would you do? What would
Mr.
you
Trump's
tie your hands?
threat is a very serious one, but he won't self-destruct the American economy, and Americans.
Watch me.
Yeah. 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 How
Oh,
dare you, sir?
oh yeah? Bet.
Hold my
Think that
beer.
Canadian oil is in their
Hold my Diet Coke.
Yeah.
backyard. There's no rule that stops oil from being built or circulating, but Quebecers didn't want it, and Mr. Carney said, I will like to respect Quebec's environmental rules. So there are certain elements that are incoherent from him.
Never. It's a long
Still
time.
no, because Quebec is the best placed in the world to develop a green.
Man,
super
Quebec is the
energy
best place in the
market
world,
that goes
period.
Right to the south without asking Ottawa's permission. Why would we invest in oil that doesn't have economic benefits for Quebec?
Who the fuck
If it
needs
means that we
Ottawa?
still pay more at the pump.
Two quick comments. You are slightly behind in terms of the tramway and the third link. We're talking about the environment and public transit as well. So the third link, would you fund this or the tramway? One or the other, or both?
Yes, for the Quebec City Tramway, we support public transit.
Hold on, before we get into that, he said that an oil pipeline would not benefit Quebec, but wouldn't that make gas cheaper for everyone involved? Like you're making the product more available, which means
Yeah.
it's going to drive down prices, which means that just
Correct.
about everyone would bet. So I don't. What does he mean it wouldn't benefit everyone or Quebec?
The
I'm
only
con-
reason they're saying it wouldn't benefit is because environmental reasons, because they're still on the fucking a whole hubbub that if we drill more oil, we're gonna burn more oil, and that's bad for the atmosphere. So nobody wins when fucking Polyev is over here and already gave the answer, the end all be all answer to that.
yeah.
We are against projects that are bad for the environment.
So you're
Boom.
against the third link.
Exactly. We are against the third link.
It's like I know.
One solution to address the climate crisis, while at the same time helping our economy, is to invest heavily in public transit. This would help municipalities, this would help provinces. We could work together with them and use transfers to provide more funding for these projects. And they're the sort of projects we need. They would create good jobs while at the same time helping Canada reduce
Mr.
emissions.
Polyev, tramway or a third link, both, or just the third link?
Just the third link. You have to make choices. And I would speak to people in the regions today. The other parties are against the third link, and they want to ban gas-powered cars. That's not practical in the regions of our country. You need a truck, you need a car in order to live in regional areas. So I'm going to reverse that. You'll be able to keep your truck. We will build highways and bridges so that you can live a good life in the region.
See, Polyev's just like, fuck the environment. I want Canadians to be happy.
Wants the tramway, the city of Quebec City, rather, wants the tramway. The federal government needs to give
Drive
the
your truck.
money required to the provincial government for the tramway. We don't know what a third link looks like. We don't know where it's going to go, under, over. We don't know what color it's going to be.
You were supposed to give your opinion on that for the past three debates.
Please remind me of my past.
Mr. Carney?
Also, before we go any further, there is about an hour left in this debate. So to kind of speed run it, we can do it with as minimal pauses as possible for another hour if you're down.
Yeah, we could try to burn it.
Okay.
Well, I can be quick. Tramway, yes, because there is a project that's underway. We support it. And as Mr. Blanchet has said, there is no project right now for the third link.
But I think the third link will be a blue one.
It'll be blue? Right.
I don't have a lot of time left, but I'll add one more question. Do we have to speed up the development of nuclear power
Yes. Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Finally.
And for a couple of reasons.
across Quebec, in Ontario?
Well, yeah,
Canada.
it's a choice that Quebec and the provinces will make. But we have a major advantage here in Canada. We have uranium. We have big nuclear companies, including Westinghouse, Candu, and others. And we have technology in
yes.
small modular reactors. So it's a great opportunity.
I understand there are worlds in the countries in the world that need nuclear energy. I don't think Canada needs nuclear energy. Quebec doesn't want it. I'm not going to interfere in Canadian energy,
Well,
but
they could be reviewed.
no, Quebecers don't want nuclear energy. I'm also the one that managed the closure of the
Yes.
Gentilly plant.
But we're not going to.
Whoa.
Jesus. This guy is
Marital,
Quebec.
Project. I am in favor of an east-west energy grid that would connect Quebec with Manitoba and
Nuclear
BC
power?
to transport clean energy. It could. I'm not so much in favor of nuclear energy. I support renewable
Poilievre,
and
nuclear
hydro
power.
energy more.
In fact,
Okay.
that's one of the best sources of electricity. It provides 60% of the electricity in Ontario. Unfortunately, bureaucracy slows down construction without adding any safety. So I would take the politicians off the Nuclear Safety Commission and allow scientists to do the work so that we can add
Very
that
good.
source of energy to the portfolio.
This is the first time I've heard Mr. Poilievre say something
Next theme.
pro-science.
Okay.
Fuck.
Next theme, immigration and foreign affairs.
There are lots of issues with immigration that are linked to Donald Trump. It's hard to immigrate these days. I'd like to stay if I can find a good job. We have to deal with people who are arriving in droves because people are arriving and they don't have work. Should we let them in or not? Why not? Why not welcome them if we have the capacity? Do you think we should let them
Because we
let in
don't.
anyone who wants to come? In the United States, there's one rule. In Canada, there's another. I think everyone should follow the rule. We know there are over 500,000 Haitians currently living in the United States who are now being threatened with deportation. They might lose their temporary protection. I'll show you the numbers here. This is the number of people crossing the border in Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle. 1,411 people in the first half of April. That's more than in March, February, or January. So you can
Wow.
see the numbers are growing. Simple question. You have 35 seconds each. Would you accept these Haitians into Canada or not, Mr.
No.
Well, first of all, this is a question of humanity. This is a human issue. And these are some of the most vulnerable people in North America.
I'm human too.
There are limits. We
Am
have
I
to
not
be
human?
But we have to be realistic. Canada cannot accept everyone. And we have an agreement with the Americans, the Safe Third Country Agreement. And under that agreement, we will send back most asylum seekers.
So they would be mostly sent back to the U.S. Mr. Blanchet.
The rules aren't tributary to the origin of the requester. We can't say we'll welcome the Haitians, but tough luck to the Venezuelans. The rules need to be the same for everyone. I'm particularly sensitive to this because I often meet with Haitian representatives. They are francophones, and so it's easier for them to integrate into Quebec. If Quebec is able financially to welcome them, then I'm sympathetic. But the rules have to be applied, and Quebec's welcoming capacity is at its very limit.
The formal rule now would be to send them back because they are in a safe third country, i.e. the U.S. Mr. Singh.
Yeah.
In general, we should do our part. It's a question of humanity and compassion.
It's compassionate to put 6 people in the basement.
Appreciate the fact that our country is founded on
Hell yeah.
immigration. That is something important to us. We want immigration levels that are in line with our needs. But yes, we need to take in people, but if we cannot accept people, well, we don't want them to have a bad life here in Canada or in Quebec. So we need immigration, but we cannot take everyone.
Yes or no?
The specific question
The question is,
do we accept those people?
for the people crossing the border at Lacolle, would they be welcome to Canada or not? Because we have the right to send them back under the Safe Third Country Agreement.
Unfortunately, they have to be returned because immigration has to follow the normal entry points. Quebecers are extremely generous and welcoming. They welcomed my wife, as Mr. Blanchet mentioned, but the Liberal government has abused Quebecers' generosity with an out-of-control immigration system. The population has grown 3 times faster than the number of new homes built. This has created a housing crisis in Quebec. They're at the breaking point. And the government of Quebec has been given the power to choose immigrants. That was under the Mulroney government that power was delegated to Quebec. So we need to have realistic numbers, realistic based on our housing capacity.
Here. What Mr. Poilievre is saying is that immigrants should be blamed for something that is really the fault of successive conservative and liberal governments who have not invested enough in our resources, who have not built enough housing, who have not welcomed people in the way that they should have been welcomed. This cannot be blamed on immigrants.
All right.
That's not true.
No, it's blamed on the liberals.
Quebec?
Absolutely.
And you, because you backed them, you asshole.
Given the number of asylum seekers in its territory, for $500 million. That was the amount they asked for in 2024. Mr. Poilievre, you'll be starting this open debate. Would you be sending a $500 million check to Quebec?
We have to work with the government of Quebec to fix the damage the Liberals caused with an out-of-control immigration system. And I also have to say that I reject the Century Initiative, which is a Liberal policy to balloon Canada's population to 100 million people. That's extreme.
This is true. Just as a quick pause, Carney has added someone to his campaign who does represent that same initiative, and he is, in fact, actively arguing every chance he gets to put Canada's population by the end of 2100 to 100 million, which, like, bro,
No, that won't happen.
we just took in how many million people, and it fucking caused our country to have a fucking conniption, and now you're asking for 100 million. And Carney has been on his campaign.
That would lead to, like, inflating our fucking population to that extent would cause, like, actual civil war.
That's like actual, like, you live in a pod and you eat Z-bugs type shit.
We would be eating each other.
Yeah.
To immigration levels that are such that the population never grows faster than the number of houses, jobs, or healthcare services available.
Would you give more money to Quebec? And more generally, where would you like to have the immigration quota set?
Yes, we'll start with the second part. We need to have a cap on all types of immigration for a certain amount of time so that we can increase our capacity to welcome newcomers to Canada, including in housing, in training and language training here in Quebec, and make sure that the social safety net can accept them. And in those circumstances...
So, sorry, the targets announced by your predecessor, Mr. Trudeau, you would bring them down further, is that correct?
Well, there are some challenges here in Quebec, for example. Challenges with temporary foreign workers, for example. And it's a question of distribution, if I can say it that way. The distribution of workers across Quebec. And there's a shortage of workers. But we will maintain the cap on immigration for certainly a couple of years so that we can increase our ability to welcome
Mr.
newcomers.
Would you reduce the number of immigrants to Canada in general?
Instead of answering with a simple yes or no, I would want to base our response on the facts. It is obvious that we need immigration. When I speak to Quebec farmers, they tell me, yes, we need immigrants to work on our farms. When I talk to small and medium businesses, they tell me that we need
Someone's got to
immigrants.
pick the strawberries.
What level of immigration? We would base our immigration levels on the findings of an expert panel, which would study our capacities. Then we would have a data-based number. But I do not want to fall into the trap of fear-mongering or blaming immigrants for things. We need a facts-based, needs-based
Mr.
approach.
Blanchet.
So non-answer.
Workers are temporary. They're a different category. Foreign students are a separate category, and they are essential for our post-secondary establishments in Quebec and in Canada. Unfortunately,
Yeah, to pay the bills.
it's been
They're really
used
essential for that.
as a
To
roundabout
prop up
way
the
to get
universities.
asylum, and asylum is also taken advantage of through smuggling and organized crime. We don't want to import vulnerable workers because we simply need people. Asylum seekers should be people who are in distress that we need to welcome based on our welcoming capacity. We are not currently in Quebec
So you think we
able
should
to
reduce
welcome as
targets
many people that are
accordingly?
arriving. Quebec needs to be able to establish what its targets are. And one clear element, the federal parliament, with a Bloc Québécois initiative, decided to force the federal government to consult provinces within 100 days to determine how many immigrants would be welcomed. No one can decide, apart from Quebec, how much Quebec can accept and welcome.
Another rare moment where I agree with Mr. Blanchet. Temporary foreign workers are often victims of power abuses. We would restrict the use of workers who are exploited by major corporations.
The Centre Initiative was 100 million immigrants in Canada before the end of the century. Dominic Barton, a parliamentary committee, said that they did not take into account the uniqueness of Quebec, and one of the two co-authors of the Centre Initiative and 100 million people is now one of Mr. Carney's close advisors.
Mr. Carney,
Good point.
on a different subject now, would you say that the immigration system in Canada is going off the rails or has gone off the rails in the last 7 or 8 years?
Yes. The system isn't working. And especially after the pandemic.
Oh, COVID mentioned.
Our population has
COVID mentioned.
gone up,
Somebody clip it.
I think, at about 3% per year because of immigration. And that's why we need to have a cap for a certain period of time. And I'd like to say that Canadians, Quebecers, and all Canadians, they want to welcome immigrants. There's
Do we?
no problem with Canadians' attitudes here at all. It's
Really?
No?
the responsibility
Really?
of all of us
All right.
to increase our capacity to welcome newcomers.
Oh.
Is that what this is about?
In France, it takes 6 months. In Germany, 8 months. So, why do asylum seekers coming to Canada take at least 3 years to be processed?
Because Canada is obstinate in welcoming more people than they can process, house, and they're not taking into account the proportionality of every province and territory.
I spoke with federal public servants, and they told me that there is a lack of resources there aren't enough workers to manage all the files that are coming in.
Yeah, you know how you deal with that?
Think
Less
about people have to wait
migrants.
3 years for an answer.
But is that not
Yeah.
the
It's a
problem,
huge
Mr. Polyev?
problem. So we need to have more people working on
No, 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 no,
this.
no, no, we
More
don't.
money.
No, we
More
don't.
money to hire more workers.
So we
Yes.
can make
Yes.
decisions, or at the very
Yes,
least
dude.
provide an answer, because it is
We
entirely
rub the lamp. We get the
uncomfortable
genie to make us more
people
money.
waiting so long.
You saying that as saying is on screen is super fucking
Is the
racist,
problem
dude, and you
solved?
should
Yes.
apologize.
Oh shit!
You're
Did I
fucking
do a
racist.
All
racist?
about
You're fucking racist,
efficiency.
dude.
Did I do a racist?
By screening out bogus asylum seekers. That's what's slowing things down. We could reduce processing times by getting rid of the bogus claimants. And when people are forum shopping, when they've been to other places, that also slows things down and
Can you be
discourages
as severe with
genuine
everyone?
claimants. My point of view is that if someone's in danger in their country of origin, they should be able to decide to come to Canada. But if they're not refugees, for example,
It's
we've
called
seen a
refugee,
situation
yeah.
in Mexico where people came here without ever needing to be refugees. They never needed asylum, and that causes a bottleneck in the system. And so what we're going to do is ensure that genuine refugees can come here and have their lives saved through the generosity of
But
Canadians.
how do you separate the real ones from the non-real ones?
What?
Well, that's the problem. The machine, the apparatus is too cumbersome. And Mexico was one of the causes in the problem. So by eliminating that
Mr. Carney,
source, that
3
helps
years. Is
alleviate
that an
the
acceptable
problem.
wait time in Canada?
No, it's not acceptable. It's inhumane. It's inhumane for asylum seekers.
Oh.
And that's
They're not asylum
there's a
seekers, you
problem
dumb fuck.
with productivity in that department. That takes resources, but it's also a question of productivity.
Why not hitting the brake pedal with kindness, of course? Why not slow things
With
down until
kindness.
we have a good system and a good
Yeah.
public service for
I
immigration?
want to
that can
spank you, but I want you to
tackle
be
the
happy
files
about it.
in a few months. The rhythm is far too quick, and so we can't succeed at this rate. People, for economic reasons or who are in distress for other reasons, come to Canada, and they're lost because
And
their files
just,
aren't
if I may.
being processed.
You can conclude, Mr. Carney.
I more or less agree with that, but we need to be, as you've said, we need to be neutral. We need to act in a neutral and fair way.
Really?
All right.
A fair way for
I
all.
want to save some time to talk about two other important files: international aid, Ukraine, and Gaza.
Oh
We- I think we've
god.
understood your
Okay, you
position
know
on
what? I'm getting the
immigration.
vodka out for this one.
The question is simple.
Oh boy.
Should we cut international aid or not? I'll give you some figures here.
Yes!
$2 billion is being given to Ukraine currently. That's a large amount of money for Canada. Ethiopia also. Haiti. There's a long list of other countries that we could have put up on the board. Mr. Polyev, you've said that we need to cut international aid. What would you cut? Ukraine, Ethiopia, Haiti?
No. I would start by cutting off China. The Liberal government gave $250 million to the Chinese Infrastructure Bank in order to build pipelines, highways, and other infrastructure to promote the expansion of Beijing's empire. I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer money. Also, we saw UNRWA, the organization in the Gaza Strip that took part, or whose employees took part in the attacks of September 7th. So I don't think we should be funding that type of activity either. The aid we give should be directly to people in need and not through bureaucracies, multinational bureaucracies and
Let's
terrorists.
talk about Gaza. Currently, Doctors Without Borders, just today, said that the situation was worse than ever. So if you cut UNRWA, which might be an imperfect organization, but
Imperfect?
aid to them, how can Canada help Palestinians?
With not-for-profit groups, NGOs that will deliver the services directly
But
to Gazans
the only group
on the ground.
I'd like like to
because it's
start.
a waste of money when that money that's
Oh,
not
shit.
even getting to the people.
I will start by saying
qu'il y a un problème dans n'importe quel organisme, on doit enquêter ça tout de suite.
if there's anyone in an organization with a problem, then yes, that should be investigated. But what you said about UNRWA was disgusting. This is the only organization that is helping out people on the ground. And you painted the entire organization with the same brush, calling it a terrorist organization. That is unacceptable.
That's not what he said.
That is hateful, and it is entirely inappropriate.
Mr. Carney, on the subject of Palestinians and
He didn't call it a terrorist
international aid,
organization.
continue to fund UNRWA?
Yes. We are in a situation where we need to have an immediate ceasefire. We need to have all the hostages returned, and we need to resume humanitarian aid to Gaza. And at this time, we have $100 million from the Government of Canada that is ready to be provided in humanitarian aid to Gaza with organizations that are working there. And that's key. And I agree with Mr. Singh. There are only a couple of groups that are working in Gaza right now.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's a very unique situation. In Canada and in Quebec, the Jewish community is victims of radical Islamists.
Yeah, they're getting shot up.
Palestinians are currently victims of terrible violence from the Israeli regime. We have to help people in distress. There and elsewhere, it's the best way to have international aid that is not military. We need to allow people to live happily where they live. And Palestine will not become Mar-a-Lago for Americans that just want to chill on the coast. We have to see where the money goes. We have to see how much money is taken by Hamas. It's maybe less now, but it was huge in the past. A lot of money was taken from the Palestinians. We have to help Palestinians at the end of the day.
International aid. So the three of you on this side would continue. Mr. Polyev, do you have an amount in your mind of how much you would cut in international aid?
We're going to target waste in all programs. We will audit to identify examples like UNRWA when they used funds for Hamas. We're also going to find other examples of international waste because
Sorry.
No, the decision is to protect Canadian taxpayers. We all agree that there's a lot of suffering here in Canada, and Canadians can't afford to pay their bills.
Right on.
So we need to find some savings in order to reduce the cost of living here in Canada.
Mr. Roy, I would like to come back to.
And we need to look at all departments in order to find those savings and protect affordability
But no amount.
to
in
the
Canada.
question of Gaza.
Mr. Singh, I'm sorry, everyone's had their piece to say.
The situation is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see innocent people being killed. Mr. Carney, why don't you call things as they are? This is a genocide. People in Israel do deserve peace and security, but people in Palestine do as well. What is going on right now is a genocide against people
Mr.
in
my
Palestine.
God.
You can conclude.
Why won't you admit it?
The situation in Gaza, in the Middle East, is horrible.
Yeah, he's trying to catch
It's a
him.
genocide.
Yep.
But I never use that word in a political way to politicize the situation.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're
It's a
doing.
matter of facts.
That was Mr. Carney's response. I think we've understood.
Honestly, good for
Mr.
Carney.
Singh?
Fuck Singh there.
Yep.
We'll be moving on to the next theme, identity and sovereignty.
Oh, perfect for Quebec.
It would be good to put flags out on our balconies to show our Canadian pride. I was surprised to see how proud people were. We're Canadian. We will not be Americans. I think we're going to be more united. I think I haven't seen this in a long time.
God, I hope Pierre fucking dunks on them for this.
Yes, we've all seen this across Canada. All commentators have seen this. There is a wave of patriotism in Canada, but we've also seen deep divisions in the West. Alberta says it may separate. We've given 6 months to the next prime minister to meet its requests. Otherwise, there could be a crisis of national unity that is unprecedented. In Quebec, the Parti Québécois is nearing power and is promising a referendum
Oh
during
yes,
your term,
thank
possibly.
God.
At the end of the day, are we not as divided or as the US or very divided? We'll go around the table. Mr. Poilievre first.
Unfortunately, yes, there are divisions all across Canada, all kinds of divisions. And I think that we've had a federal government that has divided everyone, pitting regions against one another and various groups against one another. Social classes pitted against one another. We need
Straight
to
white men
unite
against everyone else.
Canadians. We need to unite around our common identity that includes the French language, our English language, our military, the promise of Canada that anyone who works hard can
Thank
have
you.
a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, is there not division in Canada?
When I travel throughout the country, I observe great unity, great solidarity. Canadians want to defend our country. They do not want to become the 51st state. They want to protect what is dear to our hearts. When I talk to people about identity, people tell me our identity is taking care of one another. We have programs for that. For example, the healthcare system. We need to protect these systems and strengthen them, not cut them or sacrifice them. Now is the time to bring people together.
Thank you.
To get things done with our solidarity.
With my
Mr.
program.
Blanchet.
I have a program about talking about my program, guys.
Certain things
Fuck
Oh yeah,
me.
ask the Quebecois about unity.
that all Canadians follow one single line behind the federal government, and so we only have one economy. Mr.
Quebec's.
Trump's fear, or rather, Mr. Trump has to be taken seriously, but instrumentalizing it for nation building in Canada, where Quebecers are being asked to be attached to their language as a frivolity, I can't agree with that.
Thank you. We'll go back
Quebec's
to that.
uniqueness is also economic, and we
Mr.
have to be on
Carney,
the same level
Is there
playing
a
field.
division in Canada?
Well, there's always a risk. But I think that right now,
Again, what a stupid
Canadians
question.
are uniting, and they want to unite.
Yeah, they do, just not under you.
Canadians want a positive agenda. There is solidarity here. Healthcare is a right here in Canada. It's not a big business like in the United States. We put a value on diversity here.
Yeah.
And we also put importance
going
on
so well.
judicial independence. And, you know, the potential of Canada is enormous because we're all in this together.
Thank you. So open
Fuck me.
Mr. Blanchet.
Fuck right
Nothing.
off, man.
Nothing salad.
I think that if it's on its own and independent, could be
Just
stronger.
bleh.
To stand up to Trump and in comparison with all of Canada right now.
Does Canada need to be a province of Mexico to be allied to Mexico against the states? We're not in that debate this week, but Quebec does not need to be a Canadian province to talk of its own voice. Our
What?
economy is doing fairly well.
What?
Whoa.
Different to that of Canada's, and the announcements that have been made have helped Ontario Steel, Ontario Banking, the Ontario automotive industry to
Quebec
fund
Aluminum.
Western Oil. That is what
Quebec's
those were the
aluminum.
investments made. The counter tariffs on aluminium are very harmful because people have to pay for the aluminium they sent to be processed in the States. There's then re-imported into Canada. $2 billion to the States in countervailing tariffs. For that, nothing happened. But now, $2 billion has simply been signed by Mr. Carney for the automotive industry. He sees himself as a negotiator, but he hasn't even been re-elected yet. Should Quebecers not make sure that they have a strong voice that collaborates? I've already said that we would work with Canada, but I've asked to speak to Mr. Carney, but he's never called me.
They
He's
would
never
work
wanted
with
to talk to
us?
me. I want
That's how
Quebec to
that
be at
works.
the negotiating table for a stronger
Carney.
negotiating position with
Bruh.
Canada.
Is there also not
Bro,
a
he is
risk,
Quebec. You said so yourself.
like was the case,
Mr. Quebec right
with
here.
the automotive industry in Ontario, to this, because this could happen to the detriment of saving other industries in our country. If we put all our eggs in the automotive basket.
Not at all. For example, our counter tariffs for the aluminum sector and steel. No, they're not bad. They're not bad at all.
We import aluminium cans from the States that comes from our
That's
mined
not
aluminium
right at all. If I may, the counter tariffs for the aluminum sector are $30 billion. The counter tariffs, or $30 billion rather, the counter tariffs for the automotive sector, that's $8 billion. That's a huge difference because, there are a number of reasons.
Our
for
tariffs
this.
on America are 8 billion?
Counter tariffs. It's not just for Quebec, it's for the workers there, are much higher.
I don't know where that money came from. I don't know when the industry will get that money.
We are using the counter tariffs.
What was it, $2 billion for automotive? Immediately for them, because we're shaking in our boots when the automotive industry is at risk. But aluminium was not supported. There's no processing capacity. There's no help for temporary work losses. $2 billion for the automotive industry, but nothing for aluminium. When it's Ontario, the checks come flying, but it has to be the same for other places,
right,
especially Quebec.
That's the numbers. Your numbers are wrong.
Mr. Poiliev?
Yeah, but he's got a point when he says that the weakness in our country right now threatens our unity. Your Liberal government for 10 years has the worst track record on immigration, on housing, on inflation,
On everything.
on crime.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't it embarrass you to ask Canadians for a fourth term of office after the worst Liberal record?
I've just become leader. And
same members of parliament, same.
God, I would have loved if Trudeau was here for this.
I've been prime
Trying to
minister
go.
for 1 month, and in that month we have an agreement with the provinces.
Would have
we
been
an
so
agreement
good.
With Australia, we have
That would have come to
with France,
blows.
We have an agreement with the United Kingdom. We have set up negotiations for the next prime minister, and
Yeah,
that's
Trudeau
the
would have been
decision that
blowing
people at
himself.
home are going to make. And
Trudeau
we've
would
done
have
all of
gotten
that
fussy like a little
in
child.
this short time.
Flipped the podium over.
We've also cut the tax. We've put in place programs for workers who are most affected by this tariff war, and all that in 1 month.
Okay.
Quebec sent a letter with 5 requests. No one responded to it. We made requests, but we keep hearing, oh, we've spoken to provinces, things are great with Quebec, but we didn't get any response.
He's not even looking
to
at
the
him.
letter. Is it because of the final straight of the election campaign? What's going on?
Mr. Carney, you described healthcare as a right, and I agree with that. But you are talking about massive
not at
cuts
all.
to healthcare. You
Not at all.
admitted it.
Mr. Singh, I let you speak earlier.
The long-time
Singh,
Liberal government House
1,
leader, Karina Gold,
2,
agreed that there
3.
would be
Mr.
cuts.
Singh, cut his mic. I let you speak more earlier, but now we're nearing the end. We're talking about Quebec.
Mic cut, bitch.
Does Quebec have the right to defend French, even at the cost of using the notwithstanding clause upstream? Mr. Poiliev.
Yes. Quebec must defend French. It's the common language of Quebec. And
French
I
is being
will
threatened?
defend
I wasn't aware of this.
my father was a francophone from Saskatchewan. I lost my French a little bit when I was a teenager, but I married a Quebecer. Our children speak French, and I understand why.
I'm so
French
sorry to hear
needs
that,
to be
Pierre.
protected, and that is why I will continue to support laws and policies that allow Quebec and the federal government to protect French all across Canada.
Using the notwithstanding clause to protect something. You're against that, Mr. Carney?
Well, there is a general question here around the use of the notwithstanding clause in a preventative way. And it's not necessarily a question just for Quebec. It's been used in Quebec, but it could also apply in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario. And it has. And so the question is, do we have rights and freedoms here in Canada? Are we equal? And we need to consider the right balance. Certainly, but the use of the notwithstanding clause in a preventative way, that's a question for the Supreme Court.
Mr. Blanchet.
Hold on, let's put a pause. Real quick, I'm just going to mention this. So I looked it up, and the notwithstanding clause allows federal or provincial governments to override certain charter rights for 5-year renewable periods. Specifically, it permits legislation to operate notwithstanding fundamental freedoms, legal rights, and equality rights. This tool was designed to balance judicial review with parliamentary sovereignty, enabling governments to prioritize collective goals over individual rights in specific cases. In terms of the French language, it says here in Bill 101 in 1977, originally required French-only commercial signage, but the Supreme Court ruled this violated freedom of expression. Quebec responded by invoking the notwithstanding clause to temporarily enforce French predominance on signs. For Bill 96 in 2022, which strengthened requirements for French in use in workplaces, education, and public services, and the government preemptively invoked the notwithstanding clause to block challenges under charter rights like freedom of expression and equality. Quebec views the clause as a legitimate tool to defend the laws reflecting the collective rights of its francophone majority, particularly in resisting Anglophone cultural influence. Critics argue this undermines individual rights, but Quebec courts have upheld the legality of preemptive Section 33 use. So they essentially use the notwithstanding clause to say, fuck your rights, fuck your government, fuck your laws. We are going to do our own thing here in Quebec.
In terms of the use of the notwithstanding clause, obviously you have no problem with that.
Jean Chrétien, on behalf of Pierre Trudeau, negotiated with the provinces, and it led to the notwithstanding clause, and this wasn't signed on by Quebec. It was tested. It's not the type of use that is in question, it's how it is used. The Supreme Court has already decided. Mr. Carney wants to turn to the Supreme Court to disagree with itself in the decision it made with Quebec. It's all funded with Quebec money.
Interveners from Quebec who have challenged this to the Supreme Court.
You are going to take Quebec taxpayer money to contest a Quebec bill that is under Quebec jurisdiction. That was adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec.
Mr. Singh, on this notwithstanding clause for French.
I believe in protecting the French language. During this debate, I have tried to bring up health a few times. Mr. Roy cut me off a number of times. Look at my time on the clock. Every time I tried to bring up healthcare, I was responding directly to something that Mr. Carney said, because health is something that is important for me. It is about identity. It's something I am very passionate about, and every time
Health is about identity.
Mr. Roy called me out and cut me off. That is not fair. For me, the question of healthcare is crucial. When I talk to people on the street and ask them what is important,
Wait, this has nothing to do with the question.
Nope, he's just pissed.
People ought to know that the other leaders on this stage tonight would cut healthcare funding.
All he's talked about is healthcare.
Literally, all he's talked about is healthcare.
And he's mad that they cut his mic off.
Oh, yeah. He's getting mad.
Mr. Blanchet nor I have said that.
Cut his mic off again. Do it.
It's important. This is
Fucking do it.
This is what I believe in and what the NDP believes in.
That's not right to make allegations like that.
We talked about health earlier. I let you speak. But now we're moving on to another topic.
Yes, but now we need to bring it up in the context of identity. What is Canadian identity? Healthcare. We have to.
There it is.
What is Canadian identity?
We need our
You know, when I
universal
think about
public healthcare
Canada,
system. It should be strengthened. It should be protected.
I think about
I
all
think
the
about
months I have to wait to see a doctor.
an ambulance majestically trotting down the roads.
With French
There's a
signage
lot of risk when it comes to the health of a language.
on
Let's
fucking
talk about language.
Quebecois Road.
There are issues in Quebec as well, and I am here to protect the healthcare system for everyone, including Quebecers.
Outside of Quebec, Mr. Singh and others, the weighting of francophones has gone from 6% in 71 to 3.5% in 2021. How will you reverse this trend? People are listening to you across Canada.
Well, first of all, we are going to increase the level of francophone immigrants outside of Quebec. We'll increase that from 10 to 12%.
Why?
Second,
What?
we will strengthen Radio-Canada and CBC with new governance structure and
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr.
That'll help
Pierre
you.
Pierre's getting his pen out.
We are going to strengthen the telefilm industry and the Canadian Council for the Arts so that we can increase training.
All right, Mr. Polyev.
Here we go.
First of all, the Conservative Party supported the federal legislation to ensure that federally regulated workplaces in Quebec follow Bill 101. We also will increase funding to allow young people to take part in French immersion for Anglophones coming from outside Quebec, and that will enrich the French language. And third, we'll make sure Quebec has more control over immigrant selection so that they can better choose those who can be franchised and integrated into the labor market and Quebec culture.
Can we do that for the rest of Canada too?
Dude, French is in danger because the immigrants are fucking diluting
Flooding.
them.
Yeah, yeah.
And the CBC
How about English?
has created a lot of concerns.
Holy fuck.
You've continued to say that you would protect Radio-Canada because it provides a service to francophone minorities across the country, but you would abolish the CBC.
Yes.
How is such a thing possible?
Well, it is possible.
Just make it its own thing. What do you mean?
Networks.
But they share
And make it
common values.
privatized.
You understand how difficult it
I do understand the situation. I will protect Radio-Canada's services because there's already other French language news services. TVA is an example. So it is possible to have news service that's focused on French news services, and the CBC can just operate with its own revenues as an NGO,
what would the
as a
timeline be?
non-governmental organization. The principle
Great.
is that the government should simply do what the market cannot do, and the market would never be able to provide exclusive French services to francophones all across Canada. So there is a role for the government to play in defending French news services. When I was a young person in Calgary, that
Did
was
you just
the
create
only way
business?
for me to get news in French. So I would protect those services
Mr. Poilievre
because
is
there's a good
saying-
reason to do that.
Let me translate that. Mr.
Hold on, the
Poilievre wants
healthcare.
to get rid of Radio-Canada and
No, that's not
CBC. And then he would write a check to other companies so that they can provide French language services. That's the wrong thing to do. We would
What?
protect Radio-Canada and CBC.
That's not what he said at all.
Especially in the context of a misinformation which is undermining our democracy.
You mean like how you've been lying this whole time?
I am a francophile. I
Dude,
love
Jack needs a
the French
numbskull.
language. I have fallen in love with it. It enriches our country. Having Quebec benefits all of Canada. The forward-thinking ideas that have come out of Quebec, we need Quebec. We need the French language, and we will protect them.
For the first time since 2011, there are no women here as leaders.
Oh my fucking
Who gives
God.
a flying
This is a
shit?
young woman. This is a very short clip. I met with her earlier this week. Do you have a question for the leaders? Something you're concerned about? In Canada, the status of women. Yeah, the status of women. You're
What-
worried about things moving backward? Yes, that there could be a rollback of women's rights by
What?
some parties. That concerns me. My question, would you commit to making sure that there are no women's rights that are rolled back?
I have a question. How come she was out without her man?
Free contraception,
Yeah.
as is already the case in
Why
some
wasn't her head
provinces.
covered?
Is that something that you would commit to, starting with Mr. Polyev?
We will not eliminate that. We will protect women's rights. I have a message for Canadian women who are watching. We will not pass legislation that would restrict the right to abortion. That's been our policy for 20 years, and it won't change. That's a guarantee that I make to you. We will, in fact, broaden women's rights by dealing with crime against women. Women are often victims.
It's a good place to start.
Good pivot. Good pivot.
Who
That's
are
a good- yeah.
released, because of liberal legislation, they're released
True.
repeatedly, and that allows serious criminals to repeat offend against women. And we are going to lock those people up. We're going to lock those men up to protect women against violence.
Of course, our party believes in women's rights. We would never allow
Of course I do. I am a woman.
any backsliding. You brought up pharmacare. Well, it was the
Pharmacare?
force the Liberal
There
government
it
to
is.
bring in pharmacare.
We should have done a drinking game, and the free spot is Jagmeet says healthcare.
Nothing gets the ladies more riled up than talking about healthcare. I'll tell you what.
Is also important. We are also the only party running a candidate slate that is half women. The other parties have seen backsliding on their candidate slates in terms of diverse people and women.
Christian Freeland set a precedent.
Candidate slate must represent the Canadian public, and that means it should be
Bastard bitch.
half women.
Wait, why do we have to represent the public? What?
For us, we will always defend women's rights and also access
Thank you, Mr.
to
Blanchet.
those rights.
There is no member of the Bloc Québécois that will be able to table a bill or motions that are against abortion. Preventive
We
measures
invented
will also
abortion.
not be allowed. With American influence,
You merely adopted the wire hanger.
place for women. There are many ways that invite women to participate in politics. We have reached parity with the Bloc Québécois. We wanted it to be 50-50, but in our current political culture, and I have many great women in my party, it's
Invented the
much more
coat
difficult
hanger.
at the federal level than in Quebec.
Yes, I think that this, an aspect of politics right now, the negative politics that we're seeing, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit women as candidates, and really any candidate. But absolutely, we defend the rights of women all the time. But what I'm concerned about is the use of the notwithstanding clause. Not in a preventative way, but after Supreme Court judgments have been made. What does that do? It takes away Canadians' rights and freedoms. And it creates, and Mr. Poilievre has proposed this.
You're not allowed to talk about taking away Canadians' rights and
I know the
freedoms.
situation, but this is a very
Literally.
dangerous development, because if we start with that, abortion could be,
Give the right to reply.
the right to abortion could eventually be next.
Mr. Polyev, you can answer.
Mr. Carney, I said in a case where a man kills 6 people in a premeditated way and the court released that person, that means he served 4 years for each life he took. The criminal in that case will be free in 50 years. You're talking about danger. That's what's dangerous. Liberal laws that allow criminals to circulate on our streets. I will never excuse for locking murderers up.
No, I'm sorry, but you're trying to change the Canadian
No.
Constitution.
All right, gentlemen.
That's what you've proposed.
I would use Section 33 to put an end to the crime that liberals
You are
caused
starting there,
with their
and
policies.
Where will you stop?
Wow.
What? stopping murderers to taking away women's rights.
You're trying to sow division here. Everyone agrees on that front. If someone kills someone, there needs to be a strong punishment. You're not special for proposing that.
No, the other three
Everyone
parties.
agrees.
Oh my God, Jack
You
Meat's having a
literally-
fucking fit.
You literally propped up a government that has been recycling people through the justice system like they're fucking cans of aluminum. What?
Dude, Jagmeet's having a fucking fit. He's
Oh, yeah.
done. You can tell he's frustrated now.
No, he's heated because he looks
like a fussy baby.
because he looks left and he sees the time that they've had compared to the time that he's had, and he's like, "What the fuck?" No, dude, fuck that guy. What, you literally propped up a government that has created the situation that we're in, and the situation that we're in is people get let in and out of jail to reoffend, and the cops can't do shit about it.
Mhm.
And this guy's, oh, of course, everyone in Canada agrees you should put away murderers for life. What? You literally propped up a government that didn't support that policy. Like, what?
Mr. Blanchet? Very quickly, please.
Mr. Carney said that I voted for the new Official Languages Act bill. The money comes from the previous bill, and the official language minority community money comes from the bill. I was asked to bring changes. We brought the changes. We voted for, but we didn't want it to apply to Quebec because it harms Quebec.
Gentlemen? You know,
What the fuck? We want it to be done, but we don't want it to be done to us?
Mr. Singh, you say you got 22 minutes compared to 24, 24, 25. Roughly equitable. I'm sorry that I did have to cut off your mic, but I'd like to wish all four of you good luck with the rest of the campaign, and I hope that we'll see your costed plans as soon as possible so that we can see how much all of your promises will cost. And I hope that everyone listening tonight will be able to make an informed decision now. Voting starts this weekend.
And the game.
And the match? I don't know. There's still a couple periods left. All right, thank you so much for being with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this debate. See you next time. Good night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
Yeah, that's it. Thoughts?
I kind of wish the Green Party had showed up.
Honestly, yeah, it would have been funnier if the Greens showed up.
Because
yeah.
in the beginning, I saw it as like the whatever his name was, the leader of the Bloc de Québécois there. He was like the jester of the room, you know? It's like while Polyev, Carney, and Jagmeet were talking real shit about Canada as a whole, regardless of how they were talking about it or how crazy their arguments were, they were on point. Friggin' Mr. Quebec himself was just talking about Quebec as if he was at like the G20 summit. You know? He had no other agenda. But then when Jagmeet got cut off and blew up, then he became the clown at the circus. It was great.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, Polyev won that hands down. There's no question.
Yeah,
His responses were all like logically sound. As biased as we are, I don't think we can really debate that.
Yeah, the only response that Carney had to the whole thing whenever Trudeau's legacy was brought up was like, "I've only been prime minister for a month. I've only been prime minister for a month."
I didn't do it.
Yeah, but like what Polyev said about like the cabinet and everything, it's like, yeah, you
Everybody
literally-
behind you did. Like,
you have the same people on your payroll. You like the environmental minister signed on to the team.
Yeah.
Carney's also Chrystia Freeland's son's godfather.
Yeah.
Like they're all tied together. Every single one of them.
But Carney was finance minister for 5 years.
And yeah, not finance minister. He was the economic advisor. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, sorry, economic advisor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So like I don't know anyone who besides ideological reasons would vote for a liberal government because I mean, look, like as we were trying to fact check all this stuff, it doesn't seem like any part of this debate except maybe the immigration issue actually went to the core of what's wrong with Canada. Everyone was just kind of bickering and outlining what they want to do for their plan, but it wasn't really attacking the core issue. Like nobody was there's no mention of like the monopoly market that runs so much of our industries and consumer goods and whatnot. Like nobody was really mentioning how they realistically want to go about solving the cost of living crisis. Like, sure, they made points about like cutting taxes and whatnot. Carney said something like $800 for each family, which is a laughable amount of money. And also the fact that none of them have like a budgetary plan that has actual outlined costs leading up to a debate looks bad on everyone. Like that is a disgraceful, like you're going into the debates and they're not going to have anything except like going into the weekend. They said they're going to publish it on the weekend. Like, well, why? Why would you have that? Like, you guys knew the election was coming. You knew this was going to happen. So you were just waiting for each other side to like say their numbers. Like how when they talked about housing, Carney was like, oh, we want to build 500,000 units. And Jagmeet Singh is like, we want to build 600,000. So you're just like, you're playing a game of
Do houses grow on trees?
one-upsmanship. Yeah, like you're playing a game of like one-upsmanship for like what? And that fucking question about, oh, what have you guys been cutting out of your diet as a result of these tariffs? Oh, like, bro, I
And the
can't
funny part
afford
was that
lettuce.
wasn't even, dude, that wasn't even the stupidest question of the debate.
What was the stupidest one, you think?
The stupidest question was about the pipeline and, oh, what if the Aboriginal nations disagree? And everybody's like, what? But they don't. What do you?
Yeah, that was
What do you mean? Like,
that was really badly done in terms of the question selection by the team there. That was that
you're
was
right,
awful.
not a single COVID question.
Not a single one. Nothing.
Not a,
Like
I
this
thought they'd give it a segment or something.
this is the first post-COVID election that we're having, and nobody wants to talk about it. Not a single person wants to talk about the disaster of COVID and how much money
I'm
we
sure
spent.
Polyev wants to talk about it.
I bet he doesn't though. I bet he doesn't
Yeah,
because
yeah.
say what you want about like how Pierre had that not alliance but that kind of amicable agreement with the truckers and how he went on to do all that stuff. Like nobody's mentioned, like that was a clear slam dunk for him to go out on the national stage and say your government literally stripped Canadians' rights and violated them, as the Supreme Court has stated, and as your government is currently suing the courts right now, at the like right as they are at the moment, they're in that lawsuit of stripping Canadians' rights, and you guys denied that to Canadians. Like that, no, like he could have said that as a slam dunk, but he can't because the liberal media and the CBC, the corporate media, and all of them and the Liberal Party and the NDP, and I'm sure the Quebecois to an extent, have made that topic nuclear or toxic, whatever word you want to use.
Yeah.
They've made it so that nobody can bring that up without being seen as like an fucking anti-Semite or a Nazi or whatever the fuck. And so he can't say that because he's doing everything he can to not lose his grasp on power, which I understand. But, bro, that was an egregious overstep of the government. And the fact that nobody is talking about this, the fact that like during the next crisis, what are we to expect from our government? Are you going to close businesses down even? Like nobody's talking about that. The fact that the Canadian economy is made up of 70% of independent businesses and how many of those have gone out of business in favor of big box stores and department stores that have headquarters outside of Canada that can withstand these kind of cuts. Like, nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about the fact that an entire nation was forced to get vaccinated. Otherwise, they would have to fucking stay in their rooms and not be able to go anywhere or travel or take a bus or a plane or a train. Like, if Polyev had, if the topic wasn't so toxic, I'm sure that he would have been able to go up against it. And I'm actually really sorely disappointed that he didn't, because for the longest time I thought that he was quote unquote our guy. But seeing this performance tonight, it reminds me of how muddy the waters of politics are, and that you can't just simply say what's on your mind, because the moment that it gives any advantage to your opponent, they're going to use it against you, especially with something as nuclear as COVID or the convoy. Even though people are 100% in their right to be fucking livid at the government for the overstep and the violation of rights that they did to people in that time.
Yeah.
Like, a great question, in my opinion, would have been, during the trucker convoy, we saw the government use wartime measures to quell a protest. If this scenario happened again with a similar kind of uh, attitude or crowd size or what have you, how would your government proceed? That's what I'd like to know. I don't want to know about setting up Canada for good times or all these safe economic decisions about pipelines or fucking tramways
Buying
or
you
whatever the fuck. Or
strawberries.
buying strawberries. I want to know what you guys would do in a time of crisis. I want to be able to trust you with that, because with all due respect, like, the fact that they didn't even ask at any point, like, hey, by the way, we've noticed a huge drop in trust in government and government institutions across North America. How do you suppose that you should go dealing with that?
There's a
We've seen
question.
we've seen an uptick in people choosing to not get their kids vaccinated because they've lost trust in the healthcare system of your nation. How do you go about mending that relationship after what happened during COVID? I like
How's that for your healthcare, Mr. Singh?
no, but like that's what I mean. Like the the actual core issues. Like, on immigration, I'm genuinely surprised that the interviewer didn't, the moderator did not say, "Hey, there was a statement, an article written by the CBC that the federal government under Trudeau was warned 2 years in advance of the immigration crisis happening, and they did nothing about it." What do you say to that?
Well, because all that does is paint the Liberal Party in a bad light, and they're not supposed to be
Well, I don't know.
biased and bringing up attack points. You
I
know,
don't. I guess okay, fine, fair enough, but like that did happen. That did happen. Like that's a legitimate thing that did happen, and the government didn't listen. So, yes, okay, it only attacks one party, but it's fucking true. Like, what does that say about your ability to listen to all the staffers and people that are offering you this information, and your government ignoring it? Like, how are Canadians supposed to put their trust in you if you don't even listen to the people that are offering you the statistics and trying to warn you about the problem that we now find ourselves in? You know what I mean? It's like these they danced around the core issues
yeah.
and did not in any way, in my opinion, significantly acknowledge anything of substance.
Maybe because the French one doesn't matter as much as the English debate.
I don't know, but the thing is, the
I think
topic of
maybe
immigration.
most of the world is waiting for the English debate. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, the topic of immigration is not going to be in the English debate. It's not. They've already given a list of topics that are going to come out, and immigration is
gotcha.
not going to be one of them in the English one. And people are like, "Huh, that's interesting." So for a debate that fewer people are going to watch, you guys decide to talk about immigration. Like, I understand that that's kind of conspiracy hopping, but what are we left to believe if you're not going to talk about it in the English debate? What more do you have to talk about? I don't know. It's just it seems like the fundamental issues that are affecting Canada were not completely ignored, but sidestepped in a way that serves to no one's benefit except the parties. Like everyone except NDP and, in my opinion, Quebecois looked good, because throughout the debate I just found myself questioning, why the fuck is the Quebecois even here? He's literally just He's literally just advocating for Quebec.
Quebec, we, us, our shit.
Like, great, but a majority of the country doesn't live in Quebec, so
He just he was basically standing there being like, "Is Quebec gonna work with all of you, bitch?
yeah.
You're part of Canada. Shut the fuck up."
I don't know. It fell short, in my opinion, of my expectations, and maybe that's because I have too high of expectations for these fucking scumbags, and honestly, to an extent, Pierre included, because I am actually disappointed with how he did not go for the jugular here in terms of like laying the blame for the last 10 years at the Liberals' feet. He made some points here and there, but like realistically, like I don't know. I don't think it went far enough. And I'm not asking for like a blame game or anything, but like realistically, like you guys were in charge and you fucked us, and we're left picking up the pieces. And you're asking for people to trust you again. Like, how is that not an interviewer question? How do they not pose a question for like based on each party? Like one for the NDP where they say like, okay, you say all this stuff against the Liberals, but you guys propped them. You propped them up. You entered into agreement with them. So to what extent are you actually expecting Canadians to trust you if you actively helped support a government that has done all these things that you're against? How do you square that circle? And then for Pierre Poilievre, you could simply ask, okay, that's great that you're pointing all these things out about the Liberals and what they've done, but let's take a look at your record or whatever the fuck. And the Liberals, it's like, well, it's great that you guys are, anti-conservative and all that, but how do you defend your record after these last 10 years? And sure, you weren't in power, but you're now taking the reins over, and you do have a lot of the same ministers and all the same people. So how do you convince Canadians that your party is any different than it was 3 months ago? Like you're Chrystia Freeland's son's godfather. And for Quebecois, it would have been simple. Like, why should Canadians vote for you if you're just simply going to look out for Quebec's interests and not even consider the rest of Canada? I don't know.
Yeah, weird shit.
Maybe the English debate will be better. I have my doubts, but I just think, like, just systemically speaking, I think I don't think the debate got to the root of the issues or anything. And that question still sticks out in my mind when they asked him about the food. Like, that is insane that they gave fucking a fluff question for everyone to just stand there and laugh at. Like, I've never seen that in a political debate where they just give them a freebie like that.
I love that Jagmeet Singh couldn't even answer that question with a simple answer either.
No, he had to grandstand and say that
I do my own groceries.
Yeah.
I have I've been cooking for myself, which is something Kanye doesn't do. Unreal.
Yeah. In any case, yeah, we should definitely wrap this up because we've been here for 5 hours now. Yeah. Thank you for joining me, James. I appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely, always a pleasure.
Let me just look up when the English debate is. I think it's actually tomorrow.
I also like how the election's happening over Easter weekend.
Yeah, I totally forgot that. The voting happens on that day. In Montreal this week. But when is the English debate supposed to happen? The English debate will cover leading in a crisis, public safety, security, and tariffs and threats to Canada. Okay, but when is it supposed to be? April 17th. So that is actually, in fact, wait, no. Today's the 17th.
No,
Oh,
tomorrow.
sorry, today's the 16th. So tomorrow the 17th at 7 p.m. Are you free to do a stream then?
Should be.
I should be too. Let's make it happen because I feel like that one's gonna be more exciting.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Okay. So yeah, last words. It was fun to see some of the moments, like Jagmeet Singh not being able to say anything except healthcare and pharmacare. And the housing doesn't grow on trees. That was a funny moment. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's end on a lighter note. What do you think was the funniest moment for you in the night?
Fuck, I don't know. I think it was just memeing on Jagmeet about programs. I don't know why he was there. He could have just gotten up there in the beginning and just said, I have programs about healthcare, and we need more programs, and we need healthcare. And then he could have left.
Very true. Very true. I have concepts of programs. That's what he should have said.
Yes.
For me, the funniest moment. Probably when they were saying that like the Quebec French language is under attack.
Yeah.
I was like, really?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Is it
I
really?
wasn't aware.
Is it really under
Maybe you
attack?
should stop. Maybe you should stop getting so many immigrants. And
Yeah.
I'm sure Indian immigrants don't speak French.
Yeah. That was probably one of the more funnier parts for me. When they were like just forced to reconcile with the immigration policy because it's literally diluting their language. In any case, politics. What are you gonna do? Thanks again for joining me, James. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern for the English language portion. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. And yeah, have yourselves a good night.